The flowing time temple thrummed as it slammed forward with great power. Even a mountain would be smashed to pieces by such force. Compared to that gigantic palace, Fuyu's figure was extremely small. However, her aura as a demon saint seemed to cover the sky. She reached out a jade white hand and grabbed at something. A five-colored divine bow carved with dragons and phoenixes appeared in her grip, and with a slight twist of her other hand, she drew the string back, condensing an equally radiant feathered arrow. A sense of great crisis suddenly enveloped both Xianxia and Xianxia. They had obtained the flowing time Great Emperor's true inheritance. And in addition, their cultivation had reached quite a high level. Nevertheless, there was a sense of suffocation pressing down on them at this moment. They could sense the murderous intent and overwhelming power rushing towards them from the front, stabbing directly into their minds, and causing them to be agitated and unable to control themselves. Even Boya, who was a mid-rank demon king, could kill a high-rank demon king if she had enough time to prepare. So what more needed to be said about a demon saint like Fuyu? The only people in this world who could withstand an arrow from Fuyu without dying were those on the level of great emperors and demon saints. Anybody weaker than that would surely die in the face of this arrow. For that reason, the two little ones couldn't help feeling like they were directly exposed to danger despite being sheltered within the flowing time temple. The arrow shot out as soon as it was formed. As the distance between them was too close, Fuyu could not afford any delays. A ray of light that was visible to the naked eye shot out from her hand and struck directly at the oncoming temple. They collided with each other in the blink of an eye, and it was as though the whole world exploded with a deafening bang. When the loud explosion sounded, a violent force of vibration burst out and spread across the entire battlefield. Countless humans and demons lost their balance. Even the demon kings had to push their demon chi to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the expressions of the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints became incredibly solemn. Fuyu staggered back by 2 steps before she managed to stabilize her figure again, letting out a soft sound of astonishment as she looked extremely surprised. As far as she could see, the huge palace was intact and had only been knocked backwards by her arrow. Amidst a series of cracking sounds, countless fissures appeared in the light curtain that had been enveloping the flowing time temple all this time. Then, the shield shattered before the temple could stabilize itself again. The complexions of both Xianxia and Xianxia that had already been pale in the first place became even more colorless as both of them coughed up blood at the same time. That light curtain had been the primary defense of the flowing time temple, and although they were unable to draw out the full power of the temple yet, it was still not something that could be broken so easily. That could be seen just by looking at how it remained intact after the first 2 collisions with the demon tower. However, the curtain of light was shattered by Fu Yu's arrow, proving just how terrifyingly powerful the force of her shot was. Without the protection of the flowing time temple, forget the weak Xianxia and Xianxia, even the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints would have been turned into dust. The temple flew back like a beast that had lost control of its body, and since both Xianxia and Xianxia were connected to the temple, they were also sent tumbling along with it. Unfortunately, a great sense of crisis, as if they were about to die, befell them again before they even had time to catch their breath. Standing in front of the demon tower, Fuyu drew the 5-colored divine bow again. The feather arrow knocked on the bowstring trembled slightly, pointing directly at the flowing time temple. Her crystal-like eyes were filled with cold indifference. She had been in too much of a hurry just now, so she had failed to exert her full strength when she shot the first arrow. Be that as it may, she was still a demon saint. Even a haphazard attack held the power to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth, and yet those 2 human children did not die. That was something she found rather intolerable. Under normal circumstances, she would not have bothered to attack those 2 insignificant ants a second time. It was just that she could tell that the temple was not something to be trifled with, so she made up her mind to destroy it. As for the life or death of the 2 humans hiding within the temple, why would she care about that? If it was said that she only had time to exert 50% of her true strength with her first arrow, then the second arrow contained at least 80% of her full power. She was not confident that she could destroy the palace with any less. The moment the arrow was loosed, only its brilliance shone in this world. All the other movements on the battlefield were eclipsed by the soaring radiance of this arrow. Yao Si, who was in command of the entire army, could only watch this scene helplessly. Even though he was staring so hard that his eyes were about to pop out, there was nothing he could do. With just his strength, how could he rescue somebody from a demon saint? He no longer knew how he was supposed to explain what happened here to Yang Kai and Dragon Island. Yang Shui was Yang Kai's biological sister. If she died here, Yang Kai would surely fly into an uncontrollable rage. However, this was not the worst that could happen. Yang Xiao was the only son of the two elders of the Dragon Clan. If he were to die in this place, the Great Elder and Second Elder would surely go insane. The entire star boundary were currently relying on these two masters to control the overall situation. If they lost their minds in grief and rage, the entire star boundary would be placed in peril. The flowing time temple was still tumbling away while at the same time the feather arrow was rapidly approaching. It wouldn't take long before the arrow hit its mark. Just as the feather arrow was about to strike, a pale golden light suddenly flew out from the temple. The light was formed from tiny grains of sand that converged together, dancing lightly as it wrapped around the feather arrow. Flowing time divine sand. At a critical life or death moment, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had endured their various discomforts to jointly activate the power of the infinite hourglass. The flowing time divine sand stored in the hourglass was released en masse and time principles burst forth. The whole world seemed to freeze at that moment as time principles eroded away the power of the arrow. Time flowed swiftly, delaying the arrow's speed and weakening its power. A short moment later, everything returned to normal. Although they had activated the power of the infinite hourglass, their strength was not enough. Just being able to delay the attack of a demon saint for a moment was already an incredible achievement. The power behind the arrow had been considerably reduced under the erosion of the time principles, but unfortunately, it still wasn't something the two of them could withstand in such a weakened state. Little Ant. Yang Xiao turned to look at Yang Shui, who was close at hand, then a smile appeared on his pale face. He was about to die, but even so, he had no regrets if he could spend his last moments with his family. Similarly, Yang Shui looked at him and smiled warmly. Still standing at the entrance of the temple, the two of them tightly clasped each other's hands, their expressions as calm as a pool of water despite the fear they felt of their impending death. All of a sudden, a large hand reached out and grabbed hold of that flowing stream of light. Wang. The feather arrow struggled like a snake in the grasp of that large hand. However, it couldn't break free of its grip. The large hand suddenly clenched tightly and the feather arrow broke apart, scattering into particles of multicolored light. When that large hand grabbed the feather arrow, countless gazes from all directions had focused on it. More so than the others, Vu scowled fiercely. It wasn't until the feather arrow had shattered into nothingness that a figure entered into view. That figure was neither tall nor large, only the size of an ordinary human. Even so, he seemed to give off an indomitable spirit just by standing there. It was enough to make everybody look up at him. Yao Si let out a long breath of relief. They made it in time. Thank the heavens. Father. Yang Xiao was overjoyed. Without turning around, Zhu Yan said lightly, "You've done well." The moment he received the message from Yao Si, Zhu Yan immediately rushed over via the space beacons only to be greeted by the sight of Fuyu releasing her second arrow. His spine immediately went cold with fear, and the mental composure that he had spent tens of thousands of years cultivating nearly collapsed at that moment because he had no way of stopping that arrow in time. Fortunately, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui managed to buy him a moment of time by activating the power of the infinite hourglass. That short moment made all the difference between life and death. Yang Xiao had not lost his fighting spirit despite facing a demon saint. Rather, he had tried his best to struggle to survive. That was not something just anybody could manage to do. Thus, he truly had the qualifications to make Zhu Yan proud. "You dare hurt my son? Die!" Another figure swiftly materialized beside Zhu Yan. Who else could it be but Fu Zhuan? She immediately charged at Fuyu as soon as she appeared. Her dragon eyes filled with a malevolent aura and her beautiful face covered in a layer of frost. The temperature in the entire world seemed to drop sharply as a result. All dragons had a reverse scale, and Yang Xiao was undoubtedly hers. She would kill anybody who dared to harm her precious Liner. Ice principles erupted from Fu Zhuan's body as she transformed into a giant ice dragon, flooding the entire world with her dragon pressure. At the same time, she unleashed her dragon breath at Fuyu. Huobo and Shueli appeared mysteriously next to Fuyu at that moment. Seeing the beam of ice rushing towards them, Guobo let out a strange laugh as his round, squat, and ball-like body shot straight into the sky with unexpected agility. Hong, a huge ball of fire exploded in the sky, intercepting Fu Zhuan's attack. A dragon roar rang out as Zhu Yan also assumed his true form. He fought side by side with Fu Zhuan, facing off against the three demon saints. A loud rumbling rose up to the clouds, and his figure soon vanished out of sight. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were arrows at the end of their flight. They didn't even have the strength to remain standing inside the temple. Qiong Qi speedily separated from his opponent and arrived at the temple in a flash. Hurriedly examining any injuries that the both of them might have sustained during the fight, he finally let out a breath of relief when he discovered that there were no traces of hidden dangers in their bodies. They were simply exhausted from the battle. As soon as Qiongqi withdrew, the situation on the battlefield subtly changed. The slight advantage that the star boundary held in the beginning was gradually leveled out. On the contrary, the demon race army organized a counterattack and began to push the star boundary's armies back. Little by little, Yao Si slammed his fist down hard in frustration before hurriedly issuing the order to withdraw. The purpose of this battle had been to destroy the demon tower, and seeing that it was no longer possible to achieve that objective, there was no point in continuing. Prolonging the fight would only increase the number of casualties on their side. In any case, the army was unable to continue fighting after so many days of battle, so it was best that they withdrew while they still held a slight advantage. In this battle, the number of casualties among both the demon race and the human race numbered in the millions. It took the demon race army 3 whole days just to clean up the battlefield afterwards. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was oblivious to the battle in the star boundary, as he was currently meditating quietly in the ancient battlefield. Such a good opportunity was very rare to come by. The flow of time in the ancient battlefield was different from the outside world, with a difference of several tens of times. Thus, it was only natural that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. At first, there had been a purpose to what he was doing. Unfortunately, he became immersed in the experience as time passed, and in the end, he was simply enjoying the feeling of becoming stronger. During this period, he spent all his time inside the ancient battlefield aside from the occasional summons from Boya to head towards another continent to continue the devouring process. The area in which the two forces were raging rampantly in the ancient battlefield would shrink slightly every few months. When the two forces that had been clashing for so many years entered his body, Yang Kai would willingly act as their battleground so he could refine and absorb portions of the strength and insight they left behind. Thus, they became his capital and nutrients to increase his strength exponentially. Furthermore, he could not feel any signs of his foundation becoming unstable after cultivating in this manner. Every step he took was unbelievably solid and steady. The reason for that lay in the flow of time in the ancient battlefield. The benefits he received there were not something he achieved overnight. On the contrary, it was something he steadily polished, bit by bit, so it was only natural that there were no hidden dangers to his cultivation. Continent after continent disappeared from the demon realm. Accordingly, the third region of the small sealed world was gradually being perfected. Yang Kai, who was cultivating in the ancient battlefield, had long ago lost track of time. He only knew that he was slowly but surely becoming stronger. When only half of the ancient battlefield that once covered over 10,000 kilometers was left, an unexpected change took place. On that day, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently examined the changes in his body. Then, he questioned Boya about the situation in the outside world. Upon learning that the current continent would require at least another few days before it could be completely devoured, he refocused and took a step forward. Only when Yang Kai reached his limit did he sit down cross-legged and open his mind. As usual, the two forces that filled the ancient battlefield immediately poured into his body, as though they had finally found an outlet. They used his body as a carrier and battlefield as they clashed with one another, continuing the grand battle that began in ancient times as though they were finally about to determine a victor among them. Yang Kai, however, furrowed his brow, feeling as though something was different this time. It felt like there was something extra, but he couldn't determine anything even when he examined himself carefully, thus he couldn't help wondering whether he was simply overthinking things. Just as he was thinking that though, two figures suddenly imprinted themselves in his mind. One was tall and large, towering above the skies. On the other hand, The other figure was 1/10,000th of the size of the other. Nevertheless, it was clear that the small figure was fighting the giant. In addition, their battle was raging with no distinct winner between them. Yang Kai's expression stiffened in surprise. Although he was nearly shaken out of his meditative state, he soon managed to stabilize his emotions. Upon a closer look, he realized that those two figures felt rather familiar to him. They were not visible to the naked eye. Rather, they were something he could only sense with his mind. For some reason, he could neither get a clear read on the gigantic figure nor the miniature figure. It didn't matter whether it was their faces or the shape of their bodies. They were all blurry and chaotic to him. All he could tell was that they were fighting, but he had no idea what kind of overwhelmingly powerful attacks or secret techniques they were using. Hence, he suddenly felt anxious to know more. This ancient battlefield was where Flowing Time Great Emperor had fought with a master from the demon race. And now, two figures had materialized in his mind while he was quietly meditating in cultivation. There was no way Yang Kai couldn't guess who they were at this point. They were Flowing Time Great Emperor and the master who he suspected was the great demon god. Yang Kai had absorbed the martial truth left behind by those two masters, and now, his mind had traveled through time and space to witness their original fight. If he could watch their fight closely to observe and emulate their movements and methods, he was certain that he would receive great benefits from this experience. It was just that he could only see two vague figures. Forget what methods they were using in their fight, he couldn't even get a proper glimpse of their faces, so what could he comprehend from such a scene? It would have been one thing if he had been oblivious to the entire situation. However, he could already guess who these two were but could not investigate the situation, making him feel as if he had an itch that could not be scratched. On second thought, Yang Kai realized he had never seen such a scene before. He believed that it was because he had been meditating in this place for a while now and consequently obtaining a vague essence of the martial truth belonging to these two masters that he could receive this opportunity today. If that was the case, he would eventually be able to see their battle clearly if he continued to cultivate. Once this thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai concentrated on his own cultivation and stopped paying attention to the two fighting figures. By the time the area of the ancient battlefield shrunk by half again, more than 30 years had passed since Yang Kai began cultivating in this place. The difference in the flow of time had given him a unique advantage, as with Boya's confirmation, it turned out that it had only been less than a year since he first entered the demon realm. Following 30 years' worth of cultivation, Yang Kai shed his former self and was reborn as a result. He was thankful that the fight between the two masters had not disappeared since the day he was first able to see them in his mind. Every time he felt himself growing stronger, he would try to observe the battle between the two masters. Unfortunately, it had always failed. But it was going to be different this time. When Yang Kai tried to watch the ancient battle once more, at first the two figures remained blurry and he could not see much, but a short while later it seemed to become slightly clearer. His spirits lifted while at the same time he concentrated on studying the fight. His divine sense surged inside his knowledge sea, causing the black and gold flames inside to churn tumultuously while large waves overlapped each other. It was clear that he was going all out. Just when Yang Kai felt a pain in his head and was struck by a wave of drowsiness, he suddenly saw the small figure forming a set of hand seals. Time principles surrounded the small figure, who then slowly sent his palm forward. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. Those seals and the power of that palm strike were all exceedingly familiar to him. That was the Time Flies seal. Moreover, it was the Time Flies seal that Flowing Time Great Emperor himself executed. That secret technique was Flowing Time Great Emperor's most famous divine ability, which Yang Kai coincidentally obtained in the Four Seasons land in the past. He had learned a little bit about the Tao of Time during his time in the Four Seasons land and obtained the Time Flies seal through a certain opportunity rather than through his own comprehension. Who could say for sure whether he had actually obtained the essence of the divine ability or not? Yang Kai originally believed that the Time Flies seal he obtained would not embarrass Flowing Time Great Emperor even if he might not have fully comprehended its essence. But it wasn't until he witnessed the Great Emperor using this move personally that Yang Kai finally realized just how ridiculous his previous confidence was. It was the same Time Flies seal, but even so, The difference in power and effect between Xianxia's and the Great Emperor's version was like the difference between the light of a firefly and the brilliance of the moon. Naturally, part of the reason was the difference in strength between them, but clearly, the root cause stemmed from Xianxia's failure to understand time principles to a high enough degree. Not to mention, the illusory phantoms that remained in this place were only a manifestation of the remnant martial truth of the Great Emperor, not an actual attack from him. Despite being no more than an illusory phantom, the time-fly seal displayed was already far beyond Xianxia's comprehension. If that attack struck Xianxia, he was certain he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Staring at that palm strike blankly, Xianxia felt as though his entire mind was filled with its majesty. Then, a hint of enlightenment was born in his heart as he realized just how the time-fly's seal should be cast. He had not given it much thought when there was nothing to compare to before, but now that he had an example before him, he realized that the time-fly's seal that he had been using up until now was like the imitation of a naive child at best. After that palm strike, another time-fly's seal came out, seemingly repeating over and over again like a looping recording. The real battle was definitely not like this, as these two illusory phantoms were simply a manifestation of his comprehension of the two masters' martial truths. It was only because he had also cultivated the time-fly's seal that he could even see this scene. After repeatedly observing and emulating, Xianxia suddenly understood something. His body, which was still under the dragon transformation, subconsciously began to move in the ancient battlefield and performed hand seal after hand seal. Time principles faintly lingering around his body gradually thickened. It wasn't until the two illusory phantoms suddenly broke apart that Xianxia stopped moving. Looking down at his dragon claws, he clenched them tightly without warning, and a savage smile broke out across his face. Although it was impossible for him to reach the level of flowing time Great Emperor, the power of his time-fly seal would definitely have undergone a dramatic improvement now. Xianxia stood up and strode forward, the look in his eyes as firm as the steps he took. He only managed to see the time-fly seal this time, but he was certain he could see even more next time. As time passed, the area of the ancient battlefield shrunk little by little. Meanwhile, Xianxia indeed began to see more and more things as he continuously grew stronger. It was no longer limited to just the time-fly seal. The scene of battle between the two masters fascinated him greatly. It felt as though the world would collapse and the universe would turn upside down every time they collided with one another. The only thing that infuriated him was that he could not see what the two masters truly looked like, as their faces remained a blur. Just like that, several decades passed by in the blink of an eye. Only the core region of the enormous ancient battlefield now remained. Coincidentally, there was also only one last continent left in the demon realm that had yet to be devoured. The two forces that flooded this last piece of the ancient battlefield could only be described as violent. Even Xianxia had trouble guiding them into his body. Numerous cracks appeared on his sturdy dragon body, and his golden blood flowed freely from his wounds. The soul-warming lotus spun desperately inside his knowledge sea, sending out a soothing power to keep him lucid and mend his damaged soul. Xianxia had become indifferent to everything else and was now completely immersed in the battle between those two figures. Over the years, the battle had only gotten clearer and clearer to him, thus he was very curious to see the final outcome. Although he had already guessed that flowing time Great Emperor would eventually die of serious injuries, he wanted to know what would happen to the suspected great demon god. The answer surely lay in this last scene. Under the full focus of his divine sense, Xianxia saw the two figures fighting fiercely with each other. The world principles were chaotic. Space itself was constantly being torn apart by their clashes. Xianxia seemed to witness the collapse of the world and the division of an entire universe the longer he watched. His brow twitched at that realization, and he secretly thought to himself, as I suspected. The collapse of the demon realm was indeed related to flowing time Great Emperor. In ancient times, the demon realm had been one whole, however. It was broken into countless pieces and scattered into the void after the battle between flowing time Great Emperor and the master who he suspected was the great demon god. Nevertheless, the two masters turned a blind eye to their surroundings. They had nothing but each other in their sights as they fought to the death for reasons unknown to the world. Time and space were turned upside down, and the final collision finally arrived. It was the time-fly seal again. The great emperor struck out with his palm, and in response, the giant froze without warning. Raising his head, he let out a silent roar as numerous cracks appeared on his towering figure. Yang Kai's heart tightened at that moment, secretly rejoicing. This situation indicated that the outcome of the battle ended with flowing time, Great Emperor winning by just a slight margin. Although he was mortally wounded in the end, he still managed to return to the star boundary so his remains could be buried in his homeland. Just when Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing over the Great Emperor's victory, he suddenly saw two rays of light appearing in the huge figure's eyes. All this while, he had not been able to see the appearances of the two masters. Their faces had always been a chaotic mess, as if there was a layer of something covering their faces like a veil. At least that was the case until now. The huge figure opened his eyes and two rays of light shot out from them. One was gold while the other was black. The golden eye was filled with a golden pillar of dominance. Just looking at it would cause a person to feel a sense of trembling in his heart. It felt as though his soul had to surrender under such majesty. On the other hand, the black eye was like a bottomless abyss. There was no white nor pupil. Instead, it seemed to embody endless darkness that threatened to drag one in and never allow them to escape. Yang Kai felt as though he had been struck by lightning and stood frozen on the spot in shock. The last traces of the forces on the ancient battlefield had completely disappeared. Even so, Yang Kai continued to sit in the same spot blankly, unable to come back to his senses. His mind was filled with the image of those eyes he had seen at the last moment. One golden eye and one black eye. The golden eye was extremely intimidating while the black eye was deep and unfathomable. If a normal person had seen those eyes, they would simply marvel at the wonder and power behind them. Yang Kai, however, was completely taken aback by the sight. That was because that one golden and one black eye were very familiar to him. Weren't those the demon eye of annihilation and the black purgatory eye? Even though he had only caught a glimpse of those eyes, he was sure that he was not mistaken. They were definitely the same demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye that he had. It was precisely because he had those same eyes that he was so familiar with them and could recognize them at a glance. It was just, why did those eyes appear on that master who is probably the great demon god? Ever since he started cultivating, those eyes of his had brought great benefits to him. They had helped Yang Kai turn danger into safety countless times, saving his life more than once. Of the two eyes, Yang Kai had obtained the demon eye of annihilation in Tongxian realm. It was said that there was once a great demon god in Tongxian realm, and the demon eye of annihilation was a relic he had left behind. It was just that the cultivation of Tongxian realm's great demon god was rather low. That was why, even though Yang Kai later learned about the existence of the demon realm's great demon god when he was in the star boundary, he had not associated the two with each other. The gap in their cultivation was simply too large. Contrary to his earlier beliefs, though, it would seem that there really was some sort of a connection between the two, especially if Flowing Time Great Emperor's opponent was really the great demon god. Thinking about it carefully again, Tongxian realm's great demon god might have been known as a demon, since he stemmed from the demon clan, but his conduct in life had been the epitome of righteousness. After fighting with his life on the line to save his homeland, he had sacrificed himself to set up an earth-shakingly powerful grand array that concealed Tongxian realm, protecting it from the dangers of the vast starry sky, lest this star with a weaker martial Tao was discovered and subsequently conquered by malicious masters. Could even be said that the only reason Tongxian realm survived to this day without being enslaved by other masters in the star field was all thanks to the great demon god. Therefore, Yang Kai had a hard time connecting such a magnificent and benevolent person to the great demon god of the demon realm. As for the black purgatory eye, it was something he had obtained in the place where the ancient demon had been defeated outside of Maplewood City. A one-eyed great demon had run rampant in the world during ancient times, causing great devastation. Consequently, ancient masters had come together to kill it. Even though they managed to destroy the ancient demon's physical body, a single eye had been left behind. They were unable to destroy that eye, regardless of what means they used. Hence, they had no choice but to seal it away in what would one day become Maplewood City. The seal later weakened and allowed the ancient demon's aura to seep out, nearly causing the fall of Maplewood City. Xianxia and 6 others had used the 7 points Black Tortoise formation to charge out of the city to repair the seal. After an accident of sorts, Xianxia was contaminated by the demon Qi and somehow obtained the Black Purgatory Eye as a result. He could still recall how great the commotion had been at the time. It had even caused Star Soul Palace to take action. In the end, Xianxia ended up fighting against Gao Xueting, Xiao Yuyang, and Chen Wenhao under the effects of a kind of demon transformation when they came to investigate the situation. Xianxia had only been a First-Order Dao Source Realm at the time, while Gao Xueting and the others were already in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Nevertheless, Xianxia still managed to escape safely in a situation where his enemies were much stronger than him and he was fighting in a 3-against-1 battle. That just went to show just how powerful the Black Purgatory Eye was. Truth be told, he would have lost himself in demonic impulses a long time ago if he had not relied on the gold and silver power of the firmament tree to seal that ancient demon Qi away. In addition, the demonic warhammer that the embodiment was currently using was a demon artifact that used to belong to the one-eyed great demon. Both the demonic warhammer and the Black Purgatory Eye belonged to the one-eyed great demon, so how were they related to Great Demon God? The final scene that Xianxia had seen at the end of the battle left him feeling rather dazed, but there was no way he could mistake the Demon Eye of Annihilation and the Black Purgatory Eye. He couldn't come up with a possible explanation even after careful consideration though, so he could only sigh sadly to himself. These events had happened much too long ago, and without witnessing what really happened, who could say what was the truth? Unfortunately, Xianxia failed to see how the battle ultimately ended. 2 rays of light, one golden and one black, flashed brightly when the master who he suspected to be the great demon god opened his eyes. The entire scene had fallen apart after that, so Xianxia had no idea what happened to the 2 masters as a result. It was fortunate that he had finished absorbing all the forces within the ancient battlefield, so this trip was not without gains. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly raised his brow with an expression of joy. He vaguely felt that the 3rd region of the small sealed world had become complete. In other words, Gun Gun had also finished devouring the last continent. The demon realm was originally one whole but later broke up under the impacts of the battle between Flowing Time Great Emperor and the supposed Great Demon God. As the void was blocked, the demon race could only rely on the existence of the territory gates to navigate between the continents for countless years. Although no issues had arisen in the short term, the territory gates gradually became unstable over time. Likewise, the connection between the continents in the demon realm became weaker and weaker. In the end, many continents vanished from the demon realm's territory and were lost to the void. Xianxia, who could shatter the void and leap across space, managed to find and devour many of those lost continents. It was a process of breaking something in order to rebuild it again. Now that all the continents had been swallowed and merged together once more, the 3rd region was completely transformed into a second demon realm. The world hummed softly as the originally flawed world principles became perfect again. The newly reborn world might not be very impressive at the moment, but this place would become a scene of great beauty given 10,000 or 100,000 years. As the master of the small sealed world, the birth of this new world had given Xianxia a faint sensation of rebirth. His mind felt extremely comfortable for inexplicable reasons. There was also a sense of being separated from the chaos just as the world was being born. Moreover, a power that was generally very difficult to grasp became incredibly clear to him at this very moment: world force. The biggest difference between great emperors, emperor realm masters, and even pseudo-great emperors lay in this point. Great emperors were capable of connecting with the world and borrowing the power of world force. Every action they took carried the prestige of the world with it. Emperor realm masters and pseudo-great emperors were limited to exerting their own strength, but great emperors were beyond that category. They were on a completely different level altogether. Under normal circumstances, a person would not be able to feel world force until he or she became a great emperor, no matter how strong that person was. Even Li Wuyi had never felt it before. However, Xianxia was uniquely blessed in this aspect. The existence of the small sealed world allowed him to comprehend and even use world force in advance. The small sealed world was a world in and of itself after all, and now that the 3rd region was complete, it gave him a deeper understanding of this mysterious power. Any other third-order emperor or high-rank demon king would have been confused and at a loss for how to comprehend the mysteries of the situation even if they had the opportunity to experience something like this, and Xianxia himself had been no better in the past. It was just that he had spent several dozen years on the ancient battlefield, greedily devouring and absorbing the martial truth of two peak-level masters. In turn, it had allowed the scope of his vision to exceed the level it should have been at. Standing at a height that did not belong to him, it was not difficult for Xianxia to comprehend a little about these mysteries. Those two masters were undoubtedly the strongest in their respective great worlds, so who could surpass them in terms of their perception of world force? It could be said that although these dozens of years of hard work had not propelled Xianxia into the half-saint realm, his true strength had undergone earth-shaking changes nevertheless. In the midst of his joy, Xianxia suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. The perfection of the small-sealed world and the improvement of his state of mind had made him extremely sensitive to the world as a whole, not to mention that he was the master of this world in the first place. As long as Xianxia focused, not even the movement of a blade of grass in a gust of wind could escape his attention. The image that entered Xianxia's eyes was a figure coming toward him from afar. This person moved like the wind itself, his hands behind his back as he strolled leisurely, seemingly just taking in the beautiful scenery around him. Traveling through the skies, this figure was looking around his surroundings with a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Soon, he seemed to notice Xianxia watching him and glanced over from a distance, smiling slightly. Xianxia couldn't help narrowing his eyes as there was a distance of at least 10,000 kilometers between the two of them still. The only way he could see that person across such a distance was by relying on his advantages as the master of this world. So how was the other party able to see him? As expected, he's suspicious. Xianxia coldly snorted to himself. When he first saw this person, he couldn't shake the vague feeling that something was not right about him. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, which was why he left Wuxia hiding nearby to monitor the situation. Even so, Wuxia had not noticed anything out of place. It wasn't until this moment that this person finally revealed his true self. Xianxia's mind arrived at the Three Peaks with a single thought, the place where Li Shiqing used to stay. Li Shiqing had left the small sealed world a long time ago, while Huoluan was even now refining the power of the myriad demon pills he acquired in the past. Therefore, the last owner of the mountain peak was gone and the place was empty. Originally, Xianxia had left Wuxia here to monitor the situation, but right now she was taking care of Gun in the outside world, so there was nobody monitoring this place. For that reason, nobody knew when this person had left the Three Peaks. Xianxia was the heavens themselves inside the small sealed world, so he was not afraid that this person might be hiding some form of malicious intent towards him. He could turn this person into ashes with the slightest motion of his hands after all. A distance of 10,000 kilometers could neither be considered far nor near. Moreover, the other party was only a mid-rank demon king, so it made sense that it would take the other party at least a quarter hour to arrive. But when Xianxia looked up, he noticed that that person's method of traveling seemed to be extremely profound, as though he was capable of borrowing the world's strength around him, allowing him to travel far faster than the average demon king. Less than an incense stick later, a familiar demon arrived not far away from Xianxia. This person stood with his hands behind his back and nodded at Xianxia with a smile as though he was greeting an old friend who he had not seen for many years. Likewise, Xianxia returned a look of interest. Although he could tell that the other party was no ordinary person, the layer of mystery shrouding this figure made him even more curious to see just what the other party was hiding under that veil. The person glanced around himself and let out a soft sigh. Truly, what a nostalgic sight this is. The tone behind that sigh was not deliberate. Rather, it was truly filled with a sense of nostalgia, his eyes full of melancholy. Xianxia raised his brow in surprise. "You've been here before?" The demon race member looked at Xianxia and smiled without smiling. "After being here for so long, I'm sure you can discern a little something. Whether I've been here before or not, others might not know. But are you saying you don't know either?" Those were mystifying words, but they made Xianxia frown deeply. He studied the man in front of him carefully. Then, his expression changed drastically a moment later, and he exclaimed with a strange expression, "Emotion, demon god, you can't be implying that you are great demon god, right?" When Yang Kai first heard the name Emoshang, he couldn't help feeling a little strange. The names of the demon race were very different from the names of humans of the star boundary. They held a strongly unique and noble bearing. Even if he was not familiar with the way the demon race decided on their names, he could tell that the name Emoshang was somewhat inappropriate. It was too similar to the title of Demon Saint. He had initially been a little surprised that Emoshang managed to survive until now without being killed by any of the other demon race members. It truly was a miracle. If that were all it was, he would only have associated this matter with the demon saints. It was just that he couldn't help thinking that there was more to this situation than he previously thought now. The words Emoshang, demon saint, and demon god all sounded very similar after all. It had simply been a casual remark. At first, Yang Kai believed that he was overthinking things, but who could have expected Emoshang to wave his hand dismissively in response? Demon god? That's just what they call me. Emoshang is my real name. Yang Kai involuntarily took 2 steps back before he remembered that he was in his own world. There was no reason to fear this Emoshang even if what he was saying was true. Composing himself, Yang Kai asked, "So, you really are the great demon god? If that were the case, then all the strange occurrences so far would make sense." It was precisely because he had the vague feeling that something was wrong that he had always kept an eye on Emoshang all these years. Emoshang smiled slightly without giving an answer, which made him seem very mysterious and hard to predict. On the other hand, Yang Kai did not know what kind of expression he should show on his face. Both the inhabitants of the demon realm and the star boundary were currently at war with each other, and there had been countless deaths on both sides. As such, the hatred between the 2 races was as deep as the sea. Under such circumstances, the legendary great demon god of the demon race just had to appear right in front of him. No matter how quick-witted Yang Kai was, he was still at a loss for what to do. What he had even more trouble accepting was that the situation was very different from what he had imagined. This self-proclaimed great demon god was not as savage, bloodthirsty, cruel, or violent as Yang Kai had imagined. On the contrary, he had a leisurely bearing that made him seem rather warm and friendly. "Are you really the great demon god?" Yang Kai repeated his question. Emoshang fell silent for a moment before replying yes and no. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked confused, but before Emoshang could answer, a look of realization crept across Yang Kai's face as he posited, "A soul clone. If this person really was the great demon god, then he would not have the qualifications to even converse with him. Instead, Yang Kai would have been killed immediately on the spot. Besides, how could a mid-rank demon king possibly be great demon god?" This reminded him of the embodiment. Even he had an existence like the embodiment, so it would not be surprising if the great demon god, who had a cultivation that vastly exceeded his own, had a soul clone. "Well, something like that." Emoshang did not explain, acting as though he tacitly agreed with what Yang Kai had said. Smiling brightly, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "You have something of mine." Yang Kai pointed at his eyes. "Are you referring to these?" Emoshang nodded. "Those eyes were originally mine." Yang Kai grinned. "They are not yours. They belong to the great demon god, and now, they belong to me." He could finally be sure that this person in front of him was the great demon god's soul clone. Moreover, the person who fought against Flowing Time Great Emperor on the ancient battlefield during the ancient times was none other than the great demon god. Emoshang didn't appear annoyed and pondered for a moment before saying, "True. What I lost is no longer mine." Sighing, he continued, "Humans are amazing." Yang Kai did not know what Emoshang was reminiscing about, but the nostalgic expression appeared on the latter's face again. In any case, he did not care that Emoshang was the great demon god's soul clone. Not only was Emoshang just a mid-rank demon king, the other party was also in his territory. It was only natural that Yang Kai was not afraid of Emoshang. Seeing that Emoshang was so easy to talk to though, he couldn't help wanting to inquire more about the situation, so he commented while stomping his foot slightly, "I saw many things here." Emoshang nodded in reply. "It was your opportunity that allowed you to see what you saw. It is also your ability. But I couldn't see the outcome of the battle. Can you tell me how it ended?" Emoshang smiled at those words and replied, "What else could have happened? The battle ended in death. That's why I said that humans are amazing." Although Emoshang did not specify who had died in that battle, Xianxia understood that the only person he could be referring to was the great demon god, and for a moment Xianxia felt his spirits lifting. Even though he had long since guessed the outcome of the battle, he couldn't help feeling a sense of pride when Emoshang confirmed the truth. The person who killed the great demon god was Flowing Time Great Emperor. If he's dead though, why are you still alive? He frowned at Emoshang. The main body was dead. Hence, it didn't make sense for the soul clone to survive. Xianxia was certain that if anything were to happen to him, the embodiment would die as well. Emoshang replied, "The physical body might have been destroyed, but the soul remains." Flowing Time Great Emperor was powerful indeed, but he was still a long way off from destroying my soul. Xianxia understood immediately. Leaving aside that the great demon god's cultivation was overwhelmingly powerful given the chance, even the average Emperor Realm Master and Demon King could escape with their soul despite having their bodies destroyed. Nevertheless, Emoshang's manner of speaking rubbed him the wrong way. It was Flowing Time Great Emperor who destroyed the opponent's physical body, and yet, Emoshang made it sound as though he had the upper hand in the fight back then. He was acting as though Flowing Time Great Emperor had been helpless against him. Emoshang seemed to have seen through Xianxia's thoughts, so he calmly added, "I was injured at the time. Otherwise, I would not have fallen into such a pitiful state." Xianxia's expression stiffened at those words. Although it was his first time coming into contact with Emoshang, he knew that there was no reason for a master like the great demon god to deceive him. If Emoshang claimed that he had been injured, then he must have been injured. Since he was injured, it stood to reason that he could not exert his full strength. That being the case, he still managed to force Flowing Time Great Emperor into a battle where both sides ended up perishing. If that had happened under the condition that he was in an injured state, what would have happened if he had been in peak condition? More importantly, who could have injured him in the first place? Although they had only exchanged a few words, Xianxia felt as though this demon race member's legends and myths had gently opened a door in front of him. Furthermore, it would seem that there was another vast world beyond that door. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he asked, "What happened to this pair of eyes?" Emoshang blinked in response. "That's what I want to know too. How did they fall into your hands?" "If you don't mind, can you tell me?" That answer was beyond Xianxia's expectations. He had believed that the other party would have the answers he sought. However, that one question and momentary puzzlement instantly made Emoshang topple off the lofty pedestal Xianxia had initially placed him on. "You're nothing special after all," Xianxia secretly thought to himself. Seeing as there was nothing to hide, he recounted the story of how he obtained the Demon Eye of Annihilation and the Black Purgatory Eye to Emoshang. Emoshang listened attentively as though he was listening to an extremely moving story. It wasn't until the story was over that he gave a laugh. "So that's how it is. From what you've described, they seem to be similar to me." "They?" Xianxia frowned at those words. Then, realization struck him. "Are you saying that those two were soul clones too?" Emoshang nodded. "Perhaps. When my body shattered after the battle, my eyes broke through the void and arrived elsewhere. They must have gained spirituality and became those two eventually." Xianxia could barely accept what he was hearing. The one-eyed great demon was bad enough as he had brought great devastation to the world and killed countless people back then. Moreover, it had taken many great experts working together just to kill him and seal his eye away. Contrarily, the great demon god of Tongxian realm had done a great service to the world. It was vastly different from the impression Xianxia had of the great demon god. Not to mention, he had obtained a great many blessings from great demon god that ultimately contributed to his success today. Emoshang suddenly spoke up quietly. "We are ourselves. The great demon god is the great demon god. We are different entities. If the true body had been here instead, you would not have had the chance to speak for so long." Xianxia's brow twitched upon hearing those words as he thought of the embodiment again. The same went for him and the embodiment. They were completely independent existences. It was only natural that the embodiment had his own personality and manner of thinking that was different from Xianxia's. It was true that Xianxia had obtained the blessings of the great demon god in Tongxian realm, but that great demon god was not the great demon god of the demon realm. It could even be said that the great demon god of the demon realm had died in that battle with Flowing Time Great Emperor. After understanding this point, Xianxia felt his churning emotions relaxing slightly. He had received many benefits from the great demon god after all. Having to become enemies all of a sudden might not be an issue from a logical standpoint, but it was not acceptable from a moral one. Now that he understood the situation, he only needed to ask himself whether the person in front of him was an enemy or ally going forward. You've stayed hidden for so many years. Why show yourself now? After putting aside his worries, Xianxia felt a lightness in his heart. It was not easy to meet the great demon god's soul clone, so it was only natural that he wanted to chat more with the other party. More importantly, he was very curious as to why Emosheng had been hiding inside the small sealed world. Emosheng replied, "It's the right timing. What else should I do if I don't come out now?" "What timing?" Xianxia asked, his nerves becoming tense again as he considered whether he should defeat Emosheng before asking more questions. Regardless of how relaxed, carefree, and harmless Emosheng might seem, he was still great demon god's soul clone. He must have some sort of agenda for hiding in the small sealed world, and people with different aspirations could never get along. When it came to matters of life and death, it was better to take the initiative in deciding the victor than to wait for others to make their move. "Let me tell you a story," Emosheng suddenly said. Xianxia was a little overwhelmed by Emosheng's jumping thoughts, but after a moment of discomfort, he blinked his eyes and said, "Is it a good story? I'll listen if it's a good one." Emosheng ignored Xianxia's seemingly sarcastic remark and continued at his own pace. In the past, there was a man who was extremely gifted and talented. He was a genius that stood above all others. Having reached the peak at a very young age, it was only natural that the young man was very arrogant due to his accomplishments. He traveled across the world and eventually made his way across the universe, acting unscrupulously. Xianxia slandered in his heart, "That guy is you, right? I can almost guess the ending just by listening to the beginning of the story. I must say, this story is a terrible one." Nevertheless, the last sentence Emosheng said bothered him greatly. What did he mean by traveling across the universe? It was a very happy time. A look of nostalgia appeared on Emosheng's face again. Unfortunately, good things don't last forever. This young man eventually met his match. A woman. Xianxia chuckled perfunctorily. That woman was also very powerful, and he had never seen a woman like that before. Despite exchanging blows on several occasions, their battles have been inconclusive. And then, that guy fell in love with that woman? Xianxia glanced at Emosheng with a dull expression. He could effortlessly make up a bunch of stories about hatred turning into love. Emosheng glanced at Xianxia. Love meant nothing to that man. It's just that his competitive spirit was aroused due to his opponent's strength. Xianxia coughed slightly, feeling embarrassed that he had guessed wrongly. The battles between those two continued on for over 10,000 years until one day Emosheng's sentence trailed off at this point, scowling deeply. A trace of a malevolent aura appeared on his usual indifferent expression. It made Xianxia extremely vigilant. No matter how harmless this person seemed, he was still the great demon god's soul clone. That woman's strength increased all of a sudden, so it was only natural that she took the upper hand in their struggle. Nevertheless, that man was neither a coward nor a pushover. Despite being caught in a deadly battle, he managed to inflict critical injuries to his enemy as well. Emosheng's tone was flat, almost as though he was talking about somebody else's affairs. Fearful of each other, they agreed to a temporary truce to recover from their wounds. It was not easy for them to be wounded at their level of cultivation, so you can imagine just how difficult it was for them to heal once they were. They would not recover unless they devoured the auspicious spirit essence of a great world. That was the reason why that man came to this world. While speaking, he gestured around to his surroundings with his hand. Xianxia's expression changed. That means that the great demon god wasn't from the demon realm. Rather, he was an uninvited guest from the outer universe. And the only reason he came to the demon realm was to devour this so-called auspicious spirit essence in order to recover from his injuries. Xianxia did not know what this auspicious spirit essence was. All he understood was that it could help the great demon god recover. Emosheng smiled again and looked at Xianxia. "Did you know? This world was not originally known as the demon realm. It had another name, Peerless World. It was only later that it changed its name to the demon realm." Moreover, the people that used to dominate the peerless world were humans, just like the star boundary. Xianxia was surprised. Really? If that was the case, then how did the current demon race come about in the first place? However, Emoshang did not bother to explain himself and simply continued speaking without regard for Xianxia. All the living creatures can be classified into 4 main categories: humans, monsters, demons, and spirits. As long as they are sentient and intelligent, they can be classified into any one of these 4 categories. There are 3,000 worlds that are dominated by one of these 4 races. In the past, the peerless world used to be dominated by humans. It was just that the arrival of that man caused some changes to this world. That man came here to recover from his injuries by absorbing its auspicious spirit essence. And as a result, the living creatures were affected and gradually became contaminated by his demon essence. Over time, they transformed into the demon race. Even the world principles underwent subtle changes over time. Xianxia was astonished. He never imagined that the demon race of the demon realm were originally humans who were transformed due to the influence of the great demon god. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years in silence, the peerless world underwent earth-shaking changes. At the same time, that man's injuries had significantly improved. He could have recovered fully given another 10 or 20,000 years, and if that happened, he could have come out of his retreat and resumed his fight with that woman. At this point, Emoshang frowned, revealing an annoyed expression. It just so happened that an uninvited guest arrived at the peerless world during this time. There was a disagreement between that man and the newcomer, and a great battle ensued. That man's injuries might have gotten much better, but it was not a full recovery. Moreover, his opponent was not weak. Following this great battle, the peerless world collapsed and that man's body was smashed to pieces. It truly was an ill fate. He shook his head and sighed endlessly. Even though Emoshang did not name the parties involved, how could Xianxia not realize that the uninvited guest he was referring to was Flowing Time Great Emperor? Moreover, as he had guessed before, the collapse of the demon realm was related to that huge battle back then. What happened afterwards? Xianxia asked. He had to admit, while the story was very straight to the point, it had captured his attention and he couldn't wait to know what happened afterwards. His body might have broken apart, but his soul remained. Although he was in a rather miserable state, it was not impossible for him to recover from those injuries one day. Emoshang glanced at Xianxia. Unfortunately, this man had long since devoured the auspicious spirit essence of the peerless world. Even the whole world itself had been contaminated by his demon essence, so how could that world help with his recovery? Fortunately, there was another option. The star boundary? Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Emoshang nodded yes, the star boundary. These 2 universes had similar constitutions. If he could devour the auspicious spirit essence of the star boundary, he would definitely have been able to recreate his physical body. Even if he couldn't recover from his injuries completely, he could have at least escaped his current predicament. Xianxia seemed to understand something. It looks like that man has been planning this for a very, very long time now. It wasn't just something he decided 1 or 2,000 years ago, was it? If that were not the case, war would not have broken out between the humans and the demons in the past. Flowing Time Great Emperor probably noticed this point, which was why he came to this world and caused trouble for the great demon god. Why else would Flowing Time Great Emperor come here as though he had nothing better to do? Recovery was never easy in the first place, Emoshang replied nonchalantly. Xianxia pondered quietly for some time. Then, he asked a question that had been bothering him for a while now. What will happen if the star boundary's auspicious spirit essence is devoured? Emoshang smiled slightly. What happened to the peerless world is what will happen to the star boundary. It won't have much impact on the survival of the living creatures there, but their existing situation might undergo some small changes. Xianxia chuckled. It's not some small changes for humans to all become demons. What does it matter? Emoshang looked at Xianxia with some pity. As if looking at a foolish rock, aren't you currently partially someone from the demon race now? It's not the same. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. It's not the same at all. Emoshang laughed at Xianxia for a while before saying lightly, if you say it's different, then it's different. Well, my story is over. It's your turn. Me? Xianxia reached out a finger and pointed to his nose. I don't have a story to tell. Who asked you to tell a story? I simply want you to do me a favor. What favor? Xianxia was amused. This world's greatest enemy was currently residing in the small sealed world, standing in front of him and asking him for help. Truly was a strange scene. Help me enter the star boundary, Emoshang replied with an expression that seemed to say it was only a matter of course. Why should I? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Emoshang said, Don't tell me you want to watch all the living creatures in the star boundary die? The demon race has gone all out in their invasion. How can the star boundary even compare? The current persistence shown is no more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Xianxia scowled. How can you be so sure about what is happening outside when you have been inside here all this time? Emoshang had been placed into the small sealed world a long time ago and had not left this place since. Even so, what he just said seemed to indicate that he was very aware of the situation in the outside world. Of course, I know. But that has nothing to do with you. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself, as well as helping all the living creatures in the star boundary. Do you plan on demonifying all of them? Xianxia's voice gradually became cold. Although he had undergone demonification, the protection of the soul-warming lotus had preserved his original thoughts and feelings. However, there was no telling what would happen to all the other people in the star boundary if they underwent the same process. Why must you be so foolish and stubborn? I just don't want to drag things out any longer. Xianxia did not answer. After a long while, though, he suddenly broke the silence and said, Where are the great emperors? Emoshang said, They're not dead. They are still of great use to me. Lifting his gaze, he looked at Xianxia and smiled. Ru Meng is fine too. It's just that she has to be punished. Judging by his expression, he knew about the relationship between Ru Meng and Xianxia. I'll kill you if you dare to hurt her. Xianxia's expression immediately turned hostile. Nevertheless, he was glad that the other party did not threaten him with Ru Meng. It was obviously due to pride that Emoshang did not bother to resort to such lowbrow means. As long as you help me, you will be reunited once this is over. What if I refuse? Emoshang smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. Life or death will simply be left in the hands of fate. For him, asking Xianxia for help was only to shorten his recovery period. Nothing would change even if Xianxia refused to help. I'll think about it. Xianxia lowered his head. Consider it carefully. There's no hurry. Emoshang's expression was calm. After waiting for so many years, why would he care about waiting for a little longer? I've decided. Xianxia abruptly raised his head. Emoshang turned to look at Xianxia only to see the latter bearing a set of fangs at him. A hand reached out to grab at him, and a voice rang out. I've decided to capture you first. Emoshang smiled in response. It was within his expectations. Even so, he didn't move a muscle and was swiftly captured by Xianxia. Although Xianxia's opponent was only a mid-rank demon king, he was the great demon god's soul clone. So who knew what kind of heritage he might possess? That was why Xianxia did not hold back in his attack, not even hesitating to use the power of this independent world just to ensure victory in one move. Who could have expected that Emoshang showed no signs of resisting whatsoever? Xianxia's hand wrapped around Emoshang's throat, causing all the bones in the latter's body to make cracking sounds as though they were about to break into pieces at any time. Xianxia was startled and subconsciously loosened his grip slightly. He only wanted to capture Emoshang for more information, not to kill him. The next moment, however, a mighty force suddenly erupted from Emoshang's body. Xianxia was in the middle of adjusting his strength, so it was too late by the time he noticed the change. With a loud boom, his body was sent flying into the air and his complexion turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon landing on the ground, Xianxia stabilized his body and looked at Emoshang with a horrified expression. World force! With how powerful his physique and cultivation were, a trivial mid-rank demon king like Emoshang should not have been capable of harming him no matter what methods the latter used. Unfortunately, the reality was that Xianxia had been injured slightly during their momentary confrontation just now. While being taken by surprise was part of the reason behind Xianxia's small loss, the main reason lay in the fact that Emoshang had mobilized not his own strength but the world force of the small sealed world as well. The small sealed world was Xianxia's territory. In this place, he was the master. Even when Chang Tian and the others had entered this place, they were struck by the faint sense of suppression. To put it bluntly, the power of this world existed for Yang Kai to use, making him practically omnipotent in this place. Therefore, it never occurred to him that he would one day be injured by somebody else here, much less with his own power. How could he not be surprised? Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai in a carefree manner and chuckled. The peerless world was transformed because of me. My power has long since spread across every last piece of this world, so it is only natural that I can control the world force here. Even if the demon realm had been devoured and recombined, it did not change this fact. Yang Kai's expression immediately became grim as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Despicable." Mo Sheng had deliberately acted weak in front of his enemy. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have suffered such a loss. Mo Sheng sneered, "It's normal to use everything at one's disposal in a fight between enemies. There are no such things as despicable or righteous means." There was truth in those words. Thus, Yang Kai instantly took a deep breath and replied lightly, "Many thanks for your advice." As soon as the words left his mouth, the world hummed in response. He had already communicated with the small sealed world to mobilize its world force to suppress Mo Sheng. It was true that the peerless world had changed because of the great demon god and that his power had seeped into every part of this land. Be that as it may, this place still existed inside the small sealed world and Yang Kai was still the master of this place. If Mo Sheng could mobilize the world force in this world, why couldn't Yang Kai? The intangible world force pressed down on Mo Sheng, but even so, he turned a blind eye to it. It wasn't until that force was almost upon him that he let out a soft chuckle. Reaching out his hand, he drew a circle around his body. The circle was not that big, only a radius of 10 meters at most. However, this area covering a radius of 10 meters was impenetrable. The world force could not advance past that boundary. Yang Kai grit his teeth at the sight. It was very troubling indeed. The third region of the small sealed world was originally formed from the continents of the demon realm, which also used to be the territory of the peerless world. In that sense, Great Demon God was the previous master of this land and Yang Kai was the current master of this land. Be it the previous master or the current master, both of them had the ability to mobilize the world force here. Therefore, their battle gave off the impression of the left hand fighting the right hand. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was much stronger than Mo Sheng's, there was nothing he could do to Mo Sheng unless his control over the world force was greater than that of Mo Sheng's. However, Mo Sheng had been living in the demon realm for countless millennia and his power had literally spread everywhere. How could Yang Kai be stronger than him in this aspect? It was only thanks to the fact that the demon realm was a part of the small sealed world that he even had the qualification to fight here. Otherwise, this battle would have been a very one-sided battle instead of the current stalemate situation. Yang Kai struggled to mobilize the world force against Mo Sheng, but the area surrounding the latter remained impervious to invasion. Forget causing damage to Mo Sheng, Yang Kai couldn't even get within 10 meters of him. A battle like this was all about their control over the world and cultivation no longer mattered. For that reason, Yang Kai had no intention of transforming into his half-dragon form or using any other means in this battle. Even if he could do so, becoming distracted would only give Mo Sheng a chance to seize the initiative. Thus, it was not helpful in his current situation. The world hummed while the heavens and the earth trembled. Countless demons in the third region looked up with panicked expressions at that moment, not knowing what was happening to this world. Not bad. Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai calmly. Clearly you've come into contact with world force in advance. Given some time to grow, you might have been able to jump out of this backwater wasteland. It's a pity that you're a bit too pedantic. While speaking, Mo Sheng suddenly raised both hands horizontally in front of him and slowly pushed out towards the sides. His movements were not fast and almost looked like he was pushing open a closed door. Following Mo Sheng's movements, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He felt the world force of the third region gathering towards Mo Sheng's hand. At the same time, the area that originally covered only 10 meters expanded rapidly and stretched out towards him oppressively. No matter how hard Yang Kai struggled, he could not alleviate himself from this vulnerable position. A feeling of horror sprung up in his heart. Is this the power of the great demon god? He's just a soul clone. How can he have such a great degree of control over world force? Even though his heart was shaken, Yang Kai was in no position to admire others in this situation. If he failed to control the world now, this battle would no doubt end tragically for him. Hence, he immediately concentrated his mind and communicated with the small sealed world. The humming of the world became even more intense than before. Driven by both the previous and current masters of the land, the world force that was originally invisible and intangible manifested in a physical manner. The two collided and contested each other violently. It wasn't until a certain limit was reached that a deafening dragon roar rang out. A 3,000-meter-long pitch-black dragon appeared out of thin air. The dragon eyes, dragon beard, dragon claw, dragon scales, and dragon pressure almost seemed alive at a glance. At the same time, a towering giant appeared in the world with a furious roar. His eyes filled with hostility and his gaze was violent. However, his face was a blurry patch. Be it the enormous dragon or the giant, they were both the manifestations of world force. It was just that Yang Kai and Emo Shang had drawn on the world force to the extreme, creating these phenomena as a result. Yang Kai was hidden in the dragon's head while, on the other hand, Emo Shang stood in the giant's chest. These two enormous creatures approached each other at high speed, causing the world to break when they clashed. There was a loud rumbling, similar to the sound of distant thunder traveling across the land. All the demons living in this world could feel a force pressing down on their chests. Their vitality churned violently as a sense of doom bloomed in their hearts. Yang Kai and Emo Shang clashed and collided with each other repeatedly. Even so, neither could harm the other. They were both the masters of this world, so the amount of world force they could mobilize was the same. It was a battle with no way for them to determine a victor, not unless one of them made a mistake. Be that as it may, how could either Yang Kai or Emo Shang commit such a careless slip-up? Yang Kai roared furiously, "Emo Shang, this independent world will fall apart if this battle continues any longer. As the great demon god, don't you care?" Emo Shang smiled slightly from where he stood in the giant's chest. "What does this world have to do with me?" The demon realm's existence was only necessary for him to recover from his injuries. He had long since devoured the auspicious spirit essence of the demon realm, so although the reason why the peerless world became the demon realm and the human race was transformed into the demon race was somewhat related to him, he ultimately cared nothing about either. What he cared for right now was only the star boundary. That world contained the auspicious spirit essence that he needed. With a long sigh, the giant avoided the dragon's punch and retreated from battle. It appeared 1,000 kilometers away in a flash. Then a thunderous voice sounded, "Let's stop this meaningless battle. I don't want to kill you yet." There were many things Yang Kai still wished to ask Emo Shang. For example, who was the woman who injured Emo Shang? What concerned him even more was, what was the outer universe like? Even the great emperors did not know much about this subject. Emo Shang was the only one who knew about these matters. Therefore, it would be a pity to kill such a person. When Emo Shang heard those words, he reacted as though he had heard the funniest joke in his life. The calm and confident expression he had was replaced by a knowing smile. "Kill me? If you have that much confidence." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned his head to look in a certain direction with a frown furrowing his brow. He had been hiding in the small sealed world for many years, so not only was he able to mobilize the demon realm's world force, he could also control everything within the demon realm. For a long time now, though, there was a place covered in a cloud of fog at the edge of the demon realm that he could not perceive. He once tried to investigate that place secretly but could not enter at all. All he could sense was that there was the aura of another world coming from beyond that mist. This had not been a big deal before. However, after listening to what Yang Kai said, he immediately understood that the place he could not perceive all this while would probably become the deciding factor of this battle. "Come." Emo Shang did not say more than that and instead urged the giant he had merged with to throw a punch at the dragon, covering a distance of 1,000 kilometers in an instant. With a long sigh, Yang Kai closed his eyes before abruptly opening them again in the next moment. When he closed his eyes, the large dragon followed suit. Likewise, the dragon eyes snapped open again when he opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Emo Shang distinctly felt another world force coming from a great distance away and injecting itself into the dragon's body. The source of that world force was indeed coming from the direction of the place he had never been able to explore. What Mo Sheng didn't know was that that place was the first region of the small sealed world, the original territory of the small sealed world. In terms of size, the first region was completely incomparable to the third region. After all, the third region was made up of the entire demon realm. Nevertheless, the world principles of the first region were perfectly complete, and those perfect world principles represented the essence of the small sealed world's strength. When the dragon eyes opened once more, two golden lights shone brightly, as though there were two large suns. The dragon immediately seemed to come alive. It was said that the best artists in the world would always leave the eyes to the last moment when painting a dragon. If their skills were high enough, the whole painting would gain spirituality after they put the finishing touches when drawing the eyes. At this moment, it was as though Yang Kai was that painter. He was wielding the world as his brush and the world force of the small sealed world's first region as his ink to strengthen and complete the dragon's form. The dragon let out a roar as both dragon claws shot out and dug deep into the giant's body, while it lifted its head and bit down on the giant's neck. On the other hand, the giant threw a punch only to have his fists entangled by the dragon's tail. The 3,000-meter-long dragon body wrapped around the torso of the giant tightly, as though it was coiling around a pillar as it dug its fangs in even deeper. Astonishing! Mo Shang, who was hiding in the giant's chest, exclaimed sincerely. In the beginning, the battle between him and Yang Kai had been evenly matched. Both of them could mobilize the world force in the new demon realm after all, so they could be considered equals. No matter how they fought against each other, there would not have been a winner between them, and the battle would only end with both sides suffering losses. On the contrary, the balance was broken the moment the world force of the small sealed world's first region infused itself into the dragon body. Thus, victory was slowly leaning in Yang Kai's favor. There might not be any observable changes in the short term, but with the balance broken, it would only be a matter of time now. As the dragon tore into the giant, large chunks were ripped from the latter's body. Of course, there was no physical body since it was not a physical being in the first place. What went missing was the strength that made up the body. Therefore, the body inevitably shrunk with every bite. In contrast, the dragon was becoming increasingly nourished and reinforced, its body gradually growing bigger and bigger. Despite knowing how this situation would end, Mo Shang had no plans of staying silent without resisting. Instead, he urged the giant to retaliate against the dragon fiercely. As time passed, however, the difference between the dragon's body and the giant's body increased, and Mo Shang's resistance grew feebler. Just give up? Yang Kai looked at Mo Shang coldly. Mo Shang said, "You won't be able to save the star boundary? So why bother making such useless efforts? Everything depends on our own efforts." Yang Kai replied lightly. "Are you really going to die here?" Mo Shang laughed. "I'm just a soul clone." Yang Kai frowned at those words. "How many soul clones are there?" Mo Shang simply smiled without answering. In response, Yang Kai nodded and stopped talking. The dragon let out a roar and sped up its efforts to gnaw away at the giant. Then he threw a punch at Mo Shang when the figure of the giant fell apart completely. Without the supporting world force, Mo Shang was no more than an ordinary mid-rank demon king. How could he defend against Yang Kai's attack? As soon as the force of that punch slammed into Mo Shang, his body exploded. Even so, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He spread his palm open, reached out, and captured the blood mist before him. Under the blessing of the world force, he completely vaporized this blood and scattered the remains across the entire world. Afterwards, the dragon slowly dissipated, the golden light in its eyes floating away and returning to the first region of the small sealed world. Although he had managed to kill Mo Shang in this battle, Yang Kai did not feel any joy from his success. He had not wanted to kill Mo Shang, if possible. After all, Mo Shang was the great demon god's soul clone and possessed a wealth of information that Yang Kai now had no access to. Unfortunately, Mo Shang was capable of mobilizing the world force of the small sealed world's third region. Yang Kai would not have had any peace of mind if he continued to keep Mo Shang in this world. Therefore, he could only choose to cut out the weeds and pull out the roots. As for what the outer universe is like, he lifted his head and looked up into the sky. I will be able to witness it for myself one day. All of a sudden, Xianxia recalled that there were countless demons currently living in the third region of the small sealed world and couldn't help wondering if there were any other soul clones of great demon god among them. When Mo Xing was asked about how many soul clones there were just now, he simply smiled without answering the question. Not answering was also a kind of answer. In other words, he was not the only soul clone of the great demon god. He would not have been so careless with his life otherwise. Having learned a lesson from past experiences, Xianxia immediately immersed his mind and carefully inspected all the places where the demon race members were gathered across the third region in search of any clues. His intangible divine sense immediately swept out across every inch of the third region, and for a moment all the demons felt as though a pair of invisible eyes were watching them. It was naturally the eyes of the world, and no secret could be hidden under their scrutiny. Xianxia retracted his divine sense an hour later with a slight frown. Despite inspecting all the demon race members with a fine-tooth comb, he did not find anything suspicious about any of them. Even so, he was mindful of Mo Xing's existence and did not dare to be completely certain that there were no other soul clones of the great demon god in the small sealed world. Mo Xing had concealed his existence perfectly for so many years after all. Xianxia had scrutinized Mo Xing more than once in the past, but he could only sense that something was off about him. He had never been able to pinpoint just what was wrong with Mo Xing, much less realize that Mo Xing was the great demon god's soul clone. If there were any other soul clones in the small sealed world, they were probably capable of hiding themselves as perfectly as Mo Xing had. Upon further consideration, though, Xianxia came to the conclusion that the small sealed world was still his to command regardless. Even if there were others, the soul clones of Great Demon God would not be able to create much trouble so long as he had perfect control over the first region. It would be fine if they did not expose themselves, but if they did, Xianxia was still capable of getting rid of them. He felt slightly more relieved at that thought, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed something unusual happening in the outside world. Exiting the small sealed world in a flash, Xianxia stood atop Gun. Next to him, Boya's beautiful face had gone deathly pale. She was staring blankly ahead while calling out his name over and over again. He did not know how long she had been shouting his name, as he had just been engaged in battle with Mo Xing and could not afford to be distracted. So he had not heard her calling out to him. It wasn't until he finished dealing with Mo Xing and earnestly inspected the entire third region that he noticed Boya's cries. The moment Xianxia appeared, Boya immediately yelled, "Why did you only come out now? We would have all been goners if you came out any later." Xianxia frowned. "Why are you panicking? See for yourself." She pointed to the front. Xianxia then stared forward intently, unable to stop the furrow that creased his brow from appearing. The surrounding void seemed to have transformed into the stomach of a huge monster. It was wriggling and squirming, gradually becoming more and more chaotic. There was a lot of turbulence everywhere, which gave off a dangerous sense of impending doom. It was clearly the void crack. From Boya's point of view, the scene in front of them looked like the end of the world, literally. However, it was all too familiar to Xianxia. "When did these changes occur?" he asked solemnly. "Half a day ago," she quickly replied. "This happened soon after the big fish devoured the last piece of land. It wasn't this serious at the beginning, but now it's as you can see." The big fish she was referring to was none other than Gun. Based on its appearance, it certainly looked like a big, round fish. It was just that this fish was capable of devouring worlds. From what she mentioned, it would seem that the void began to destabilize after Gun devoured the last continent. Xianxia couldn't help feeling astonished by the news. Nothing of this sort had happened when Gun had swallowed so many other continents in the past after all. In this case, it probably happened because the whole demon realm had been devoured and an entire great world had completely disappeared as a result. The great world had been cleanly devoured, causing an additional blank space to appear in the fabric of the universe. These changes resulted in the void crack expanding in this direction. Hence, Xianxia couldn't help feeling extremely troubled. He originally planned to return the same way he arrived after devouring the entire demon realm. For this reason, he had preserved all of the territory gates by specially ordering Gun not to devour them. As long as he passed through the various territory gates, he would be able to return to the star boundary safely. Unfortunately, this method would no longer work. The turbulence in the void was pressing down on them, and it appeared they had already fallen into the void crack, so there were no territory gates left to be found. Fortunately, it was not his first time diving into the void crack. Although the situation at hand was a little tricky to handle and left Yang Kai feeling somewhat anxious, he had escaped from the void numerous times before, so he simply instructed Boya, "Go back first." Reaching out a hand, he grabbed her and stuffed her back into Gungun's body without giving her a chance to object. Instantly after that, his thoughts flashed and Gungun's huge body rapidly shrank and turned back into the sealed world bead, which he quickly put away. Right after finishing his preparations, the turbulence in the surrounding void came rushing towards him like a storm to drown him in their depths. Yang Kai was secretly frightened by the sight. He had encountered similar situations on several occasions before, and each time had been extremely dangerous. Even so, he had never seen a situation like this within a void crack before. If he described the previous void cracks as slightly turbulent lakes, then the void crack this time was a raging sea. The difference between them could not be compared. His situation was equivalent to sailing a lone little boat amidst the raging storm, being at risk of capsizing and drowning at any time. Is this what happens when a great world is destroyed? He couldn't be sure, but he was certain it had something to do with the devouring of the entire demon realm. Fortunately, his accomplishments in the Tao of space were not what they used to be. Even if danger was lurking everywhere, Yang Kai was capable of keeping himself safe from harm. He had to figure out the direction and pattern of the void turbulence at all times, but while it might seem dangerous, he was still leisurely and confidently navigating the void crack. He secretly rejoiced that he had not entered a place like this when he had only just started comprehending the Tao of space. Otherwise, he did not know how many times he would have died by now. During the following period, there were several instances of danger. The void turbulence here was so strong that Yang Kai barely managed to escape despite pushing his space principles to the extreme. It would surely lead to a tragic ending if he was swept away by the void turbulence. Although Yang Kai was in the middle of escaping, this was still a disguised opportunity for him to cultivate. He was using the opportunity to verify the gains and losses he had obtained in the Tao of space. There was no sense of direction inside the void crack, and even time seemed to stand still. Yang Kai had no idea how long had passed when he suddenly felt the void turbulence around him stabilizing a little. Even though it could not be considered back to normal, at the very least, it wasn't as violent and unpredictable as it had been at the beginning. Boya's voice came from within the small sealed world at that moment. "Hey, Yang Kai. What's the situation like right now? We won't die here, right? Aren't you proficient in the Tao of space? Escaping is your forte, right?" When he first met Boya, she was quite a defiant and rebellious woman. However, her attitude changed slightly after the battle on Eternal Sky Continent. She learned to address him as Sir, and began acting more respectful. Now that their lives were at risk though, her old habits surfaced again. Despite hiding within the small sealed world, she could instinctively sense the danger looming over them outside. Thus, she constantly inquired about the situation. Naturally, Yang Kai outright ignored her. Her pestering was simply endless, as if she had not spoken in hundreds of years. After enduring for a long while, he finally lost his temper and sent her a simple divine sense transmission. "Shut up! I'm about to die. How can you ask me to shut up?" She was livid. "Can't I speak a few words?" They quarreled for a bit before Yang Kai went back to ignoring her. In response, Boya slumped down on the ground and wailed noisily. "Poor me! Great Aunt here was living her life freely all this time, but in the end I will be destroyed at your hands. Yang Kai, let me tell you, if I die, I won't ever forgive you even if I turn into a ghost." "Ha!" Yang Kai sighed and finally responded, "Don't worry. We won't die." Inside this dead silent void crack, he was not averse to a casual chat with somebody else. It would be far too boring otherwise. She was overjoyed upon hearing his words. "Really?" "Yeah," he replied. "We're out of danger." "We are?" She stood up, an expression of elation spreading across her face. Then, she immediately began flattering him. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Yang Kai. TSK. TSK, the Tao of space is truly magnificent. I can't believe you managed to resolve even that situation. Great, and here is very impressed." But, what? Her heart skipped a beat at that word and the smile on her face stiffened. We seem to have lost our way. Inside the small sealed world, Boya's expression went blank with shock as a gust of wind blew past her, stirring up her hair. Seem to have what? After a long time, she finally asked softly. We're lost. A few moments of silence passed by. Then she jumped up and yelled, Lost? Aren't you supposed to be proficient in the Tao of space? How could we have gotten lost? Can't you find the way out? He replied, It's very difficult. Without a guide, it's like having no direction at all. The situation this time around was different from before. Even if he had been lost inside the void crack in the past, he was still within the same world. However, this was a void crack that appeared because an entire great world had disappeared. The demon realm and star boundary were two different great worlds in the first place. As he was currently inside a void crack where the demon realm once was, it was extremely difficult for him to figure out the direction to return to the star boundary. He had tried to communicate with his star field source just now to see if he could use it to guide him so as to break through this void and return home. As long as he could return to the star field, it would be a breeze for him to return to the star boundary from there. To his disappointment, however, the star field source did not respond. Likewise, he was unable to connect with Hung Luo star field. Thinking about it, it made sense. The star field was one of the roots of the star boundary, so how could he perceive it when he was currently stuck in a void crack formed from the collapse of the demon realm? Boya fell back down to the ground and continued crying, It's over. It's over. We're going to die. I'm really going to die in this damned place. It's not that bad yet. Besides, you won't face any life-threatening situations if you stay inside the small sealed world. I'm still going to die in this place. What's the difference? She paused for a moment before she added hesitantly, Xianxia, can I ask you something? Her tone was extremely aggrieved. Having never heard her talk in this manner before, he couldn't help laughing a little as he asked, What is it? If we survive this crisis, let me visit Xianxia. I miss her. Xianxia snickered when he heard those words. Boya's interest was rather peculiar. She had always stuck to Li Shiqing back when she had been in the demon realm. He couldn't believe that she was still thinking about Li Shiqing even though so many years had passed. Okay. Boya was stunned for a moment. She never imagined that Xianxia would agree to her request so readily. She recalled how wary he used to be of her in the past. He never allowed any chances for her to be alone with Li Shiqing before when they were still in the demon realm. What did you say? Can you repeat it? Afraid that she might have misheard him, Boya desperately asked for confirmation. I said okay. Xianxia replied again via divine sense transmission. Having heard it clearly this time around, Boya couldn't help bursting into a peal of laughter. Her previous depression and grievance were swept away immediately. She looked like a fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. If Xianxia had been standing in front of her, she would definitely have slapped him on the shoulder and said, I was right about you. Now that her wish had been granted, she was in a much happier mood than before. It stood to reason that she stopped making various complaints to him. On the contrary, she fell silent. The meaning behind her silence was clear. She did not want to disturb him so that he could concentrate on finding the way out of this place. Otherwise, they would really die trapped in this void crack. Now that Boya was silent, Xianxia did not try to come up with something to say either. He simply navigated through the void, looking for possible ways out. Unfortunately, he did not come across any leads. No matter how great his attainments in the Tao of space were, now that he had gotten trapped in this place, it was practically impossible for him to leave unless he was blessed by extremely good luck. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks. Space principles lingered around his body, causing the surrounding void turbulence to be inadvertently guided by some kind of force to pass him by. It made him look as though he was passing through a field of flowers without a single petal sticking to his body. The reason he had stopped so abruptly was not that he had given up. Rather, it was because he suddenly remembered something. He could not connect to the star field source, so it could not provide him a direction as a guide for his return, but what about the will of the star boundary? He had received Bright Moon Great Emperor's legacy, which meant that he had the star boundary's recognition in his possession. Although the world's recognition did not have much effect on enhancing his strength, the advantages he received were fairly obvious. The greatest advantage was that his cultivation efficiency had increased significantly. This was something he noticed when he first returned to the star boundary from the demon realm after becoming a high-ranked demon king. The other advantage was that he could perceive any special changes that occurred in the star boundary. For example, he clearly perceived the barriers between the worlds breaking when the second battle between the two great worlds broke out and the 10 demon saints entered the star boundary. That was an ability only the great emperors had. Not even Li Wuyi had that ability. In addition, there was another benefit that could not be seen. That was an increase in good fortune. Something like luck was vague and intangible, not something that could be described in concrete terms, but it definitely existed. Some people had great luck, while others were bogged down by misfortune. People with great luck would not die even if they fell off a cliff. They might even come across secrets to the martial Dao left behind by a senior expert at the bottom of the canyon. On the other hand, an unlucky person might suffer from cultivation dissonance even if they were in possession of a great treasure and lose their life as a result. There was a saying that luck was a part of one's strength. At certain key moments, this intangible luck might be what turned a dangerous situation into a safe one, or even turn a terrible crisis into a fortuitous encounter. Yang Kai's luck had always been rather good. If it wasn't for that, he would never have grown to his current level in just over 100 years. However, that only stemmed from his own luck. After obtaining Bright Moon Great Emperor's legacy, however, his luck was greatly amplified so long as he was in the star boundary. Thinking about it, he had encountered Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi on his way to the Four Seasons realm from Star Soul Palace only to uncover Windlord's conspiracy in the process. Were all of these incidents simply a series of coincidences? It might only have happened because he was blessed with good fortune. Aside from that, there should have been other uses for the blessing from the world's will in his possession. It was just that he had yet to discover them. Now though, Yang Kai realized he could use it as a beacon to guide his way in the dark. Both the star boundary and the demon realm were great worlds, so while he could not communicate with the star field source because the star field and the demon realm were not on the same level, what if he borrowed the power of the world's will? He might even find the way out of the demon realm's void crack. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai took action. Stopping in his tracks, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in his mind. Speaking of which, he had always known that he was in possession of a piece of the star boundary's will. However, he had never felt it directly before. The world's will was similar to the so-called luck. It was intangible, much unlike the star field source. Under the present circumstances, though, Yang Kai figured he might as well try everything at his disposal. There was nothing to lose anyway. He had done everything he could, so he could only leave the rest to the heavens. If it really failed to work, then he would simply have to think of something else. As time passed, Yang Kai cast aside all distracting thoughts and made his state of mind as tranquil as an ancient well. He did not know how long he spent in that state of emptiness, but at some point a light seemed to pass through his knowledge sea. Ripples immediately appeared, swaying his calm state of mind and waking him from his meditation. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, turned around, and looked in a certain direction. It was completely pitch black in that direction, filled with emptiness and chaos. Moreover, the void turbulence was abundant and he could neither see nor feel anything. There was no way for anybody to be certain that that was the way home, but even so, he took a step forward and strode in that direction simply because that direction he was walking conformed with his instincts. There was no way to determine the direction, nor was there any sense of time inside the void. Therefore, Yang Kai did not know how long he had been walking in that direction. During this period, Boya talked to him a few times, and although she did not ask him anything directly, he could sense what she was thinking. She probably wanted to know if he had managed to find the way back yet, but was too afraid of receiving a disappointing answer to ask. On the other hand, he stopped several times during his journey and forced himself into that empty state of mind in hopes that he could obtain more hints. It was a pity that his efforts were all in vain. Aside from the first time, Yang Kai's subsequent attempts were fruitless. This made him doubt himself, wondering if he had been mistaken. Was it really the star boundaries that showed him the direction during his first attempt? Could it have been nothing more than wishful thinking? At this point, he could only walk this path until the end. One day, Yang Kai was having a casual chat with Boya when he suddenly fell silent and looked in a certain direction with an expression of pleasant surprise. Boya noticed this difference and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "I found the way out," Xianxia replied. She was overjoyed at those words. "Can we go back?" He laughed. "Maybe, but it might also bring us somewhere else instead." He could sense that the barriers of the void over there were slightly weaker compared to the other areas. With his current accomplishments in the Tao of space, he should be able to break through. However, he could not know for sure where he would find himself after breaking the barrier. "Let's go and have a look," Boya urged. Xianxia had no objections to her suggestion, thus he increased his pace and headed in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the spot in the void and stared ahead. Xianxia's perception had been right. The barriers of space were indeed weaker here than in other areas by a considerable margin. It was almost no different from a thin layer of film that would shatter at the slightest touch, allowing people to enter another world. Slowly stretching a hand out, Xianxia pressed the space in front of him. Space principles swirled around him, turning from a thin mist into a dense fog. A short while later, space principles shuddered as his hand pressed against the weak spot in the void. Then, his hand slowly passed through the barrier, and in the next moment, his arm and then body followed. Xianxia did not panic since this situation was well within his expectations. He took another step forward, and the moment his body completely passed through the barrier was the moment he completely left the void crack. His vision blurred. Likewise, his thoughts seemed to blank out for a moment, and by the time he recovered, he couldn't help gaping with his mouth wide open as he looked around in a daze. Boya's nervous but suppressed voice came from within the small sealed world. "Hey, what's the situation?" After she shouted the question 3 times consecutively, Xianxia finally replied to her, "I'm not sure." His words made her so anxious that she could die. "What do you mean by you're not sure? Are we back or not?" "No, we aren't back. Rather." Xianxia frowned deeply, uncertain as to how to explain the situation to her. Hence, he simply said, "See for yourself." He reached out his hand while speaking, communicated with the small sealed world through his mind, and showed Boya the scene he was looking at. Meanwhile, Boya sat on the ground inside the small sealed world without any regard for her image and raised her head to look up at the sky. A magnificent scene was immediately reflected in the sky following Xianxia's actions. It was an image of a sky filled with stars that seemed both very close and very far away at the same time. This starry sky was vast, incredibly vast, seemingly stretching out without end. Anybody would feel as insignificant as an ant when standing in the middle of such a vast starry sky. "What is this damn place?" Boya was startled. She had originally counted on Xianxia to bring her back to the star boundary so that they could visibly share Qing, but who could have known that they would arrive at such a place after coming out of the void crack? A star field. No, that's not it. Xianxia's frown grew deeper than ever. He had seen something similar on many occasions in the past, but while this place looked similar to a lower star field, after examining it carefully, he could tell that it was not a star field. That was because the power of the stars here, along with the ambient world energy, was extremely rich, more so than any cultivation paradise in the star boundary. There was no such place in any star field. The starry sky of the star field was mainly filled with a blanket of desolate silence. Moreover, Xianxia had the vague feeling that there was a force pulling at him, as though trying to lead him somewhere. This force did not carry any malicious intent. Rather, he believed that he would be greeted with a pleasant surprise if he followed this force to the source. Boya was born in the demon realm, so it was only natural that she did not know what this place was. The only thing she could be certain of was that this was not the star boundary. Just as she was about to question him further, she suddenly heard a loud noise. Then, the image that was reflected in the sky shattered into pieces. Shocked, she yelled, "What's wrong?" "Xianxia, are you all right?" However, he didn't hear her voice at all. At that moment, a rushing sound filled his ears, making him so dizzy that he nearly lost consciousness. After that deafening sound came a gust of strong wind that blew from behind. That wind was as sharp as blades, eliciting an unbearable pain as it sliced across his body. It was only for an instant, but Xianxia felt as though he lost a layer of skin off his back. It went to show just how violent that gust of wind had been. The raging flow of air swept him off balance and blew him away into the distance. Unable to control his body, he was swept along by the wind with a horrified expression on his face. He was a high-rank demon king. Moreover, he had gained an opportunity in that ancient battlefield and spent dozens of years cultivating there. At this point, even a pseudo-great emperor or a half-saint would not make him flinch. Nevertheless, he was helplessly being blown about by a gust of wind in this strange starry sky. In the midst of the strong wind, the odd sound continued thundering in his ears. It was so deafening that stars were dancing in his eyes from the noise. Forcing himself to stabilize his mind, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" In response, a dragon roar rang out and his body swelled rapidly, assuming his half-dragon form. Xianxia had spent several dozen years cultivating intensively in that ancient battlefield. During that period, he had absorbed the martial truth of Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Demon God. That wasn't all. The two extraordinary forces had also been polishing and purifying his body at all times. Combined with the fact that he had always maintained his half-dragon form in the ancient battlefield, his half-dragon form had been greatly tempered and enhanced without him realizing. Similarly, the golden divine dragon's source strength in his body had also been developed significantly. As a result, his half-dragon form was now 1,000 meters tall. At this length, it was enough to make all the Dragon Clan members in Dragon Island look up to him in admiration. A clanging noise sounded in his ears, as the wind blades hitting against his dragon scales created a sound similar to that of metal clashing against metal, sending a shower of sparks everywhere. Despite assuming his half-dragon form, Xianxia was still unable to stabilize his body completely. Although it was slightly better than before, the effects were still very limited. What the hell is this wind? Gritting his teeth, Xianxia somehow turned back to look. He wanted to see where the gust of wind was coming from, however, what he saw made his eyes widen in surprise and his brow twitch madly. He could barely believe what he was seeing, but even after rubbing his eyes and blinking furiously, he found that he had not seen wrongly. There was a giant lying on his side behind Xianxia. Xianxia could not tell how tall the giant was, but it was as if he was looking at a rolling mountain range. In comparison, Xianxia's 1,000 meters half-dragon form looked like an ant. While the giant looked no different from an ordinary human, his appearance was magnified countless times. In addition, the deafening sound he was hearing was not the sound of thunder. It was the giant snoring. Furthermore, the gust of wind that seemed to slice through Xianxia's flesh and bones was simply the breath exhaled through the giant's mouth and nose. Xianxia only had one thought come to mind when he saw this sight. So enormous! What the hell is this thing? Xianxia's thoughts immediately descended into chaos as he nearly believed that he was dreaming. Meanwhile, the powerful astral wind blew him a distance of several thousands of kilometers before gradually dying down. The deafening snoring stopped ringing in his ears at the same time. Xianxia's complexion at this moment was terrible. He felt as though he had just finished fighting a desperate battle. His entire body was exhausted and sore, especially the area on his back that had been cut by the wind blades. He even felt that his dragon scales seemed to have become much weaker after the encounter. This big guy is just sleeping, but his snoring contains so much power. What would it be like if he were to attack? Even the entire star boundary won't be able to take more than 2 or 3 punches from him. The giant in front of Xianxia's eyes had vastly exceeded the limits of his understanding and even imagination, so he had a hard time calming down. Without warning, though, a great sense of crisis enveloped him. Xianxia only pondered for a moment before his expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Bad!" Space principles surged as he tried to leave this place immediately. It was only natural for a sleeping person to inhale after exhaling, so if this giant's exhalation had such destructive power, then what would his inhalation be like? Regardless of what it would be like, Xianxia had no interest in sticking around to find out. Unfortunately, he was too close to the giant and it was too late for him to leave by the time he noticed this danger. As expected, the sleeping giant breathed in. It felt as if a whale was sucking in water the moment he inhaled. Everything within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was pulled towards him by that sucking force. Even space itself seemed to be warping in response. In the meantime, Xianxia's flickering figure solidified again, his instantaneous movement disrupted, terrifying him to the core. His body was involuntarily being pulled towards the giant. Even having been blown several thousand kilometers away when the giant exhaled just now, the giant's inhalation instantly dragged Xianxia back. He could only watch helplessly as he got closer and closer to the giant's mouth. It was only a matter of moments before he was swallowed up by the giant. Xianxia really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this situation. I finally managed to escape from the void crack, and I haven't even found out where the star boundary is located. I can't believe I'm about to get swallowed by a random giant that I happened to bump into. Dying in this manner is too miserable. Although Xianxia had no idea what would happen to him if he entered the giant's stomach, he was certain that it would not end well for him. At the critical moment when his life was hanging by a thin thread, Xianxia opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. A dragon roar boomed out, shaking the entire world. At the same time, his half-dragon form twisted and instead of rushing into the giant's mouth, shot up towards the giant's enormous nostrils. Xianxia reached out his claws and grabbed a nose hair that was thicker than a mountain peak. Going along with the momentum, he swung himself towards the wall of the giant's nose and punched out hard. Poochie! Achoo! A burst of air even more violent than previously exploded out. Xianxia was swept away in confusion, his mind spinning dizzily. By the time he regained his footing, he was already out of the danger zone. Hence, he couldn't help letting out a breath of relief as he thought to himself, "Thank goodness I have luck on my side. I can't believe I managed to escape unscathed under those circumstances." Before he could rejoice, though, he suddenly felt a stabbing feeling in his heart. He felt as if a thorn was piercing his back and instinctively turned around to look. The hair all over his body instantly stood on end as even his dragon scales covering him quivered in fright. Xianxia's actions just now had probably disturbed the sleeping giant, and at some point in time, the giant had woken up and sat up cross-legged in the void. Although he had seemed very large even when lying down, he looked even more imposing now that he was sitting up. What's more, he seemed quite unhappy. His mountain-like brows were furrowed deeply, and he had a ferocious expression on his face, like a child who was rudely woken up from his sleep. In short, he looked extremely disgruntled. It's a given that he is upset. If I was punched in the nose like that while I was asleep, I would react in the same manner too. Originally, Xianxia had not paid much attention to the sleeping giant's appearance other than his enormous size, but now that the latter was sitting up, he noticed that the giant's head was completely bald and shiny like the sun. However, Xianxia was in no mood to pay attention to such trivial matters. As soon as he saw that the giant was awake, he refused to remain in this place and immediately sped off into the distance in a flash. An existence like this was beyond his ability to face. Xianxia had been extremely lucky to escape with his life just now and knew that if he did not escape, he would only be a sitting duck waiting for death to come. Besides, he still had no idea what that giant was. The only thing he could be sure of was that he could not afford to anger such a terrifying existence. Could the giant be some kind of sentient creature that lives in the outer universe? In that case, did I arrive in the outer universe after leaving the void crack? Xianxia couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. I was thinking about going to the outer universe one day when I killed Mo Shang previously. I can't believe my wish came true so quickly. But I haven't even had the chance to look at the scenery yet before running into this extremely terrifying giant. After consecutively performing several instantaneous movements, Xianxia lost track of how far he traveled. It wasn't until he felt safe that he stopped and turned back to look, but at that instant, he was so frightened that he felt as though his soul was about to escape from his body. An incomparably enormous face was bearing down at him, a pair of eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction glaring directly at him, air coming from those nostrils that seemed hot enough to melt the universe. At this moment, the giant was holding one hand up with his palm facing upwards. Meanwhile, Xianxia was standing in the middle of that gigantic palm. The giant's 5 fingers stretched out in the surroundings were like 5 towering mountains that covered the entire world. Shocked, Xianxia tried to push his space principles once more. Even though his figure flashed, he couldn't leave and remained stuck in place, causing his expression to change greatly as he shouted, "A universe in the palm of his hand." The giant's palm was like a world in and of itself, even having its own principles. He couldn't even escape from the palm of this giant's hand. It was beyond naive and foolish of him to believe he was safe just now. A divine ability of this level was beyond the scope of Xianxia's comprehension. He did not know how many thousands of times stronger this giant's cultivation was compared to his. In any case, he had the feeling that it was going to be impossible for him to escape from the giant's grasp. So in his desperation, his fear turned into fury and he glared at the giant. He did not show any signs of weakness as he shouted, "You bastard! What are you capturing me for?" He activated his dragon pressure with a furious roar and his shout came out as a dragon roar. After letting out that roar, Xianxia instantly felt a little regretful because the giant looked very angry. If he had spoken nicely, he might have had some chance of surviving this crisis. Why did I suddenly yell at him? What if I made him mad? I won't even be able to fill the gaps between his teeth if he decides to eat me. Just when Xianxia was drowning in anxiety, he saw the giant's large eyeballs growing even larger. Two gigantic eyebrows raised slightly to reveal an expression of fright, almost as though the giant had seen something terrifying. Xianxia was stunned. The main reason was that the giant's facial expression changed so quickly that it was difficult for him to accept. Moreover, such a ferocious-looking giant actually looked frightened now. It was simply too incredulous to believe. Taking advantage of this situation, Xianxia decided to just go with the flow and shouted once more, "I asked you a question. Are you deaf? I wonder if this guy understands what I'm saying." The fear on the giant's face grew even more pronounced as he opened his mouth and timidly replied, "Ada was sleeping." Seeing how large he was and how loud his snoring had been, it was hard to imagine that his voice was so soft when he spoke. At the very least, it did not make Xianxia feel any sense of discomfort. "Ada?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows at those words. "Is that your name?" "Ada was sleeping," the giant repeated. Xianxia frowned. "Who are you?" "Ada was sleeping." Upon hearing those words, he became annoyed. "Are you stupid?" The giant's reply was completely irrelevant to the question, hence he couldn't help seriously doubt whether there was something wrong with the giant's head. "Ada is not stupid. Ada was sleeping." The giant glared at Xianxia as if feeling a little angry. His expression became tight again. "Are you really stupid?" Xianxia was astonished. With just a few words, he could already tell that this giant was somewhat mentally challenged. Why else would the giant be unable to answer such a simple question? Moreover, he kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. That clearly indicated that he was a little lacking in intelligence. "You say Ada is stupid?" "Ada is not stupid." The giant seemed to have gotten angry for real, and he opened his mouth and let out a roar. The violent flow of air that erupted from his mouth immediately sent Xianxia flying several thousand kilometers away, his arms flailing wildly in the wind. The giant named Ada was taken aback to see Xianxia being blown away by his breath and hurriedly sucked in a breath in Xianxia's direction. In response, Xianxia came flying back with his arms flailing wildly again. Ada blinked at the sight, the anger on his face melting away into a happy smile. He watched as Xianxia was dragged backwards by that suction force. Then he pursed his lips and blew out again. In the next moment, Xianxia was sent flying out again. This cycle repeated again and again as Ada breathed out, breathed in, breathed out, breathed in. His hearty laughter rang out across the vast and empty starry sky. He was like a child who had gotten a new toy and was having a fantastic time playing with it, his eyes narrowing in happiness. After repeating this process for who knows how many things, Xianxia finally found the ability to roar. "That's enough. Stop. Cough, cough, cough." Ada, who was having a good time playing, suddenly shuddered at the sound of that roar. Failing to exhale the air he had inhaled in time, he ended up choking himself and coughed loudly. Meanwhile, Xianxia took the opportunity to rush over to Ada and began attacking in a frenzy. He kicked and punched wildly like a madman. A series of thudding sounds rang out without pausing for an instant. He was practically burning with fury. Ever since the day he began cultivating, Xianxia had never been more humiliated than he had been today. He was the kind of man who could summon the will to fight his opponent even when he knew they were far more powerful than himself. Even if he could not win, he could still manage to escape. However, even the idea of escape was an extravagant hope in front of this giant. He was quite literally nothing more than a toy to Ada. As the saying went, some things must never be tolerated. Despite knowing that he was no match for the giant, Xianxia could not bring himself to endure this humiliation any longer. Thus, he charged forward to fight to the death. He stopped a short while later and landed on the giant's palm again. Lifting his head in fury, his eyes were filled with accusations of tears and blood, gritting his teeth as he choked out the words, "It's not fair!" Xianxia attacked for quite some time, but even so, Ada neither retaliated nor gave any indication that he was going to stop Xianxia. He simply endured it silently, or rather, he seemed to not realize Xianxia was attacking him at all. Furthermore, his face remained intact and perfectly uninjured. On the contrary, it was Xianxia's dragon claws that were sore from the impact. Ada scratched his head, his gaze constantly switching between Xianxia and the void. He was blinking furiously as though he knew that he had done something wrong. He might not know what he had done wrong, but he could sense that Xianxia was furious and inevitably felt a little guilty. That funny expression entered Xianxia's eyes, and he was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. This giant named Ada was obviously mentally underdeveloped, but his strength was simply beyond fathoming. Why was he even picking a fight with him? It was just asking for trouble. When Xianxia laughed, Ada followed suit. The latter's smile might be a little timid, but his large body shook from his laughter. Xianxia suddenly felt that the giant was a lot less annoying and became much less fearful as he asked, "Just what are you?" If it had been anybody else in Ada's shoes, that question would have sounded extremely provocative. A fight might even break out on the spot if they were ill-tempered. However, Ada didn't care at all. He simply lifted a finger and pressed it against his lips while shrinking back slightly. "Keep your voice down. You are so noisy." Xianxia immediately rubbed his hands together, hunched his waist in a suspicious-looking posture, and whispered, "Like this." Ada grinned in response. Unfortunately, the smile was so terrifying that Xianxia's scalp went numb at the sight. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he asked again, "Which clan are you from? How did you grow so big? What is this place?" What Xianxia received in answer, however, was a loud rumbling sound. It sounded like thunder, booming out so deafeningly that his eardrums hurt. Ada then proceeded to rub his stomach and whimper pitifully, "I'm hungry." The sound just now had been his stomach growling. Xianxia couldn't help gulping nervously, the reason being that Ada was staring at him intently while he spoke those words. It made Xianxia feel very insecure. He can't be thinking of eating me, right? Judging by his previous actions, he doesn't seem like he would do something like that. Desperately resisting the urge to flee, Xianxia lifted a fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. You see, although I'm not small, my body doesn't have much meat. I'm also not tasty, so..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ada turning to look down in a certain direction. Then, Ada seemed shocked and exclaimed, "It's gone!" "What's gone?" Xianxia frowned, and following Ada's gaze, his pupils suddenly contracted in fear. There was something pitch black located in the starry sky a few 100,000 kilometers away that was slowly squirming and shrinking. Even though it was several 100,000 kilometers away, Xianxia could still feel the familiar aura of chaos and nothingness. Void crack. That mass of black nihility was massive void crack. Was that where he escaped from? It was not impossible for that to be the case. However, the void crack was currently shrinking at a rapid pace, and it would not take more than half a month before it vanished completely. Just like how the world principles would mend the spatial tears in the star boundary, the same went for this inexplicable starry sky too, it seemed. At this moment, the void crack was gradually disappearing under some kind of influence from the ambient world principles. When the realization struck him, Xianxia couldn't help feeling terrified. "I'm so glad I escaped in time. If I failed to escape before the void was completely repaired, I would have been trapped inside forever." According to his calculations, the location of the void crack should be where the demon realm had originally existed. Feeling unsure, he turned to look at Ada and asked, "What's gone?" "Food. It's gone." Ada's huge face was scrunched up bitterly as though he was about to cry. Xianxia was confused. If that is where the demon realm used to be located, then what is there for this giant to eat? Frowning, he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Pieces." Ada stretched out a finger that was bigger than the mountain peak and pointed at the void. There were lots and lots of pieces. But now they're all gone. Xianxia pondered in silence for a while. Wasn't the demon realm in pieces? What this giant calls food He can't be referring to the demon realm, right? Ada was sleeping. Ada was waiting until it died before he ate. Ada turned to look at Yang Kai. The corners of his mouth drooped sadly and his eyes were misty, really looking like he was going to burst into tears. But it's gone now. Although the meaning behind those words were unclear, Yang Kai was horrified just listening to them. He had extracted a different kind of information from within those words. Wait until it died before eating? The demon realm had been spiraling towards its death, and even Yang Kai had always claimed that the demon realm was dying. But that fact was finally confirmed through Ada's words. Meanwhile, he had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon realm, so it was only natural that it was gone. Yang Kai then began to wonder just how long Ada had been sleeping here for him to not notice the changes at all. Galululu. The deafening rumbling sounded again. Ajia rubbed his stomach sadly. Ada is hungry. There's no helping it. Yang Kai quickly took out a world bead from the small sealed world and tossed it to Ada. Is this what you eat? The first reason Yang Kai did this was to verify his conjecture. He wanted to see if Ada was really waiting in this place to eat the demon realm. The other reason was simply that the giant's expression was too scary. He was afraid that Ada might be so hungry that the latter became desperate and ate him instead. If Ada was really waiting to eat the demon realm, then a single world bead should not be a problem for him. Besides, Yang Kai had many world beads in his possession. When he first entered the demon realm, he had created those world beads by slicing off parts of the third region in the small sealed world and refining them. Strictly speaking, they were originally a part of the demon realm. When the world bead was tossed in Ada's direction, his eyes brightened up. A light flashed across his gaze as his aggrieved expression turned into one of pure curiosity. He held the world bead up in front of his eyes between two enormous fingers, examined it carefully, and sniffed at it with his nose. After a while, he grinned. Round. Opening his mouth, he tossed it into his mouth. Crunch! The muscles of Yang Kai's face twitched hard at the sound of Ada's chewing. A short while later, Ada finished swallowing the world bead and stared at Yang Kai with a look of anticipation. Yang Kai laughed and flew over to Ada. Open your mouth. Ah! Ada opened his mouth wide. Yang Kai popped another world bead into the giant mouth. Crunch! Crunch! Gulp! Yang Kai found all of this extremely interesting, thinking that the universe was truly full of wonders. Leaving aside the fact that he had encountered a giant larger than a mountain range, he couldn't believe that this guy actually fed on worlds. It's so incredible that he could barely believe it. However, it quickly became too much for Yang Kai as Ada continued to eat. Although he had created many world beads back then, the number was still limited. It didn't take long for Ada to finish half of them. A little more time passed and the number was halved again. Even so, Ada still looked dissatisfied even though his stomach was not growling anymore. I can't let him continue eating like this. Yang Kai had the feeling that he was going to go bankrupt if he allowed Ada to continue. He still had uses for the remaining world beads in his possession, mainly distributing them to the armies when he returned to the star boundary. When Ada opened his mouth again, he saw that Yang Kai did not move for a long time. Thus, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly again. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "There's no more." The anticipation on Ada's face suddenly turned to disappointment. What about eating this? Yang Kai waved his hand. A pile of spirit fruits appeared in front of him. They were all taken from the medicine garden in the small sealed world. Ever since he placed the two small wood spirits in the medicine garden, it had been thriving and the number of spirit fruits had increased considerably. Moreover, the medicine garden produced all sorts of other rare products year-round. Each of these spirit fruits was extraordinary and an ordinary person would surely burn with jealousy at the mere sight of them. Ada was a little surprised to see these spirit fruits. It was clear that he had never seen so many colorful items before. Be that as it may, he seemed to know that they were edible. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. A moment later, his expression turned ecstatic. Yang Kai was secretly relieved. It would seem that the giant was not a picky eater and could eat anything, similar to the embodiment. After the embodiment began cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, he could refine basically anything that had the slightest bit of energy. The principle behind them seemed to be the same. But still, Look at the size of this giant. Trying to feed him to satiety will be more than a little difficult. The things inside the small sealed world's medicine garden were not infinite and at present. The two Littlewood spirits had already noticed that a lot of spirit fruits had gone missing and were questioning Yang Kai about who the dastardly thief was. An hour later, Ada looked at Yang Kai eagerly again, still not satisfied. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, I really don't have any more. A lot of the world beads had been eaten and most of the spirit fruits in the medicine garden were gone. Yang Kai would go bankrupt if he continued feeding this giant. Besides, he was skeptical about something. He had the feeling that even if he brought out everything within the medicine garden, it still would not be enough to fill the giant's stomach. Judging by Ada's mountain-like body, it would probably be very difficult to ever truly satisfy him. Yang Kai racked his brains for other ideas before he said, Would you like to come with me? I'll bring you to a place with delicious food. While it was true that Ada was simple-minded, his cultivation was shockingly powerful. If he could bring this big guy back to the star boundary, he could easily deal with the demon saints and their like. Yang Kai seriously doubted that even great demon god could compare to Ada. With Ada with him, the crisis in the star boundary could be resolved immediately and no more sacrifices would be necessary. It had only been a flash of inspiration at the beginning, but the more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Therefore, he immediately tried to entice Ada earnestly, making a grand speech with many colorful images and descriptions that could all be summed up in one sentence, follow me and you will eat your fill. If he could bring Ada back to the star boundary with him, he would have the strength of an entire world behind him. In that case, was there really a need to fear not being able to satisfy this giant's appetite? Yang Kai talked until his mouth went dry, but on the other hand, Ada simply kept giggling stupidly without responding to his suggestions at all. It made Yang Kai wonder if he was only feigning his childlike mentality. I've already said so much? What do you think? Will you come with me? Yang Kai wiped at his mouth and tried one last time. Hee. Stop laughing. Tell me whether you are coming with me or not. Yang Kai was feeling speechless now. He plopped himself down on Ada's palm and glared at the other party in exasperation. They stared at each other without saying anything for a time before all of a sudden a look of joy flashed across Ada's face and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed the giant's gaze but couldn't see anything. All he could see was the vast starry sky. A short while later, Ada suddenly got up and said excitedly, Ada is going to find something to eat. Where? Yang Kai raised his hand to his forehead and stared out into the distance. In the meantime, Ada had already strode away in that direction. Despite his mountain-like body, his movements were swifter than lightning. Yang Kai felt as though the surrounding scenery was passing by in a flash from where he sat on the giant's palm and he couldn't help shouting, Hey! Hey! Where are you going? Ada froze in surprise, only now seeming to remember that there was a person sitting on his palm. Pausing, he looked down at Yang Kai and chuckled. You gave Ada food. You are a good person. Ada likes you. His smile was as pure as a child's. If you like me, you should come with me. Just tell me what you want. Yang Kai put more effort into his recruitment. Contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, however, Ada just reached out his hand and plucked something out from what looked like a giant pocket. Grasping what looked like an embroidery needle, he gently placed it in front of Yang Kai and declared, Ada will give you this. Yang Kai grabbed hold of the embroidery needle and felt a jolt running through his body. An ancient and desolate aura washed over him without warning, enveloping his entire body and giving him the illusion of being transported back to a prehistoric era. By the time he broke free of this illusion and came back to his senses, he saw that Ada was already very far away. All that was left was a tiny speck in the distance. Then, even that back vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. How fast! It had not been particularly obvious when he was standing on Ada's giant palm, but now seeing it from a distance, Yang Kai realized just how terrifyingly fast Ada was. Even though Yang Kai quickly pushed his space principles and chased after him, how could he possibly manage to catch up to Ada? Ada had long since disappeared somewhere and it was practically impossible now to search for his whereabouts in this vast and boundless starry sky. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling rather annoyed. It was rather regretful that he had failed to recruit such a powerful helper. It wasn't until this moment that he took the time to study the gift in his hand. When Ada pulled this toy out, it looked like nothing more than a small needle. Even so, everything was relative. This item had looked no bigger than an embroidery needle in front of Ada's enormous body, but became the size of a chopstick in Xianxia's hands. It should also be said that Xianxia had been maintaining his half-dragon form ever since he met Ada, which meant this chopstick-like item was at least 10 or 20 meters long. Upon a closer inspection, Xianxia discovered that this chopstick was actually a spear. The tip of the spear glinted with a cold light and a pattern of dragons coiled around the body of the spear. In addition, there were many engravings and embellishments that looked like dragon scales. There were also golden clouds at the butt of the spear. It looked quite magnificent. Xianxia's expression brightened, and after closing his eyes, he quietly examined the spear before becoming startled a short while later. His attention had been focused on Ada previously, so he had no time to figure out the wonders of this item. It wasn't until now that he inspected the item and discovered what a rare and extraordinary treasure it was. In particular, the ancient aura surging from the spear was even denser than that of the mountains and rivers bell. Just from this fact alone, it could be seen that the spear was far older than the mountains and rivers bell. What surprised him even more was that he could vaguely sense a familiar aura coming from the spear. It was none the aura of a dragon. Xianxia immersed his mind into the spear, and after a while, his expression froze in surprise. Under his intense stare, the spear transformed into an incomparably large azure dragon that stood proudly in the void. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded from the spear, causing the entire body of the spear to tremble uncontrollably. Xianxia blissfully poured his dragon aura into the spear, causing it to swell up rapidly from 15 meters to nearly 1,000 meters. It was now just as long as his half-dragon form was tall. His half-dragon form was already quite imposing on its own, but it looked even more overwhelming now that it was supplemented by the spear. Xianxia's eyes flew open abruptly as he randomly tried out several spear techniques. The spear felt like it was a part of his arm, with no sense of obscurity whatsoever. Rather, his entire body felt as comfortable as could be. Thus, his confidence soared. Even if the true body of the great demon god was standing in front of him, he was confident he could put a few holes in him in his current state. Xianxia focused his gaze and saw two large golden characters shining at a certain point on the shaft of Azure Dragon. He read those words out loud as he gently caressed the spear. Only then did the spear that had been trembling all this while seem to calm down, as though appeased. If it had been anybody else in Xianxia's shoes, they would not have dared to use the Azure Dragon spear so casually despite obtaining it. On the contrary, Xianxia's examination had revealed to him that the Azure Dragon spear was originally refined and crafted from the body of a dragon. The body of the spear came from the dragon bones. The scale-like patterns on the body of the spear were originally the dragon scales, the spearhead was formed from a dragon fang, and the butt of the spear came from a dragon tail. With the golden divine dragon source strength in his body, Xianxia just so happened to fulfill the conditions of the Azure Dragon spear's will. Only when infused with a pure dragon source strength could this spear unleash its full power without first refining it. Moreover, Xianxia had the vague feeling that even the Great Elder and Second Elder of Dragon Island were not as powerful as the dragon that the spear had been refined from. Just who was Ada? How was he able to randomly and carelessly bring out something so precious? The world beads and the spirit fruits from the medicine garden that Xianxia had offered as payment previously were not worth mentioning in comparison. While those things were by no means ordinary, how could they compare with the Azure Dragon spear? I can't believe I'm still so blessed with luck even though I'm not in the star boundary. Xianxia could barely repress the urge to throw his head back in wild laughter. Thinking about it a little more though, he realized that Ada probably brought out the Azure Dragon spear after seeing his half-dragon form. In any case, he had gained far more than he invested. Up until today, Xianxia had always carried numerous treasures and artifacts with him. There was no need to mention the soul-warming lotus, the immortal tree, and the firmament tree, which could be regarded as unique existences and supreme treasures of the universe. The mountains and rivers bell was so powerful that it was capable of suppressing even world strength. The astral wind blowing out of the newly acquired wind gourd was not something to be underestimated either. When it came to the soul, he also had the elusive soul-splitting saber. Comparatively, Xianxia only lacked a personal weapon that could be used to fight in close combat. The myriad sword was decent, but it was just an ordinary emperor artifact. It used to provide a relatively powerful boost to him when his cultivation was not that high. Unfortunately, it was no longer capable of keeping up with his strength as he became increasingly more powerful. Besides, the myriad sword was the Qin family's heirloom. Yang Kai once made an agreement with the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Zhaoyang, to return the myriad sword when Qin Yu became an emperor realm master. Qin Yu had been cultivating hard in High Heaven Palace over the years, and her strength had greatly increased as a result. Although she had yet to become an emperor realm master, it was only a matter of time. The Qin family might not say anything even if Yang Kai did not return the myriad sword. But how could he go back on his word? Once he returned the myriad sword, then he would really lack a personal weapon. Although he had been looking for a weapon for himself all this time, he had never found one that was suitable. Furthermore, he had to take his half-dragon form into consideration. Any ordinary artifact could be used in his human form, but they could not be used when he turned into his half-dragon form. Forget his current size, even when he was only 300 meters long, using the myriad sword would have been no different from holding a toothpick between his fingers. Was he supposed to prick his enemies to death in a life-or-death situation? Not to mention, the power of that toothpick could not compare to the strength of his dragon claws. Not only should the weapon be suitable for close combat, but it also had to be suitable for his current cultivation. It would be even better if he could continue using the weapon when he reached the Great Emperor realm. More importantly, it had to be suitable for his use in his half-dragon form. Although there were many precious and mysterious artifacts in the world, it was extremely difficult for any one of them to fulfill all of these conditions. If Yang Kai was no different from the average Emperor Realm masters that needed to spend a long time cultivating, he might have been able to gather some materials and ask Hou-Yu to tailor-make an artifact for his use. However, the speed at which his cultivation improved was much too fast for him to consider that option. Even if he could refine an artifact like that, he would not have the time to nurture and refine the weapon to its full potential before it became obsolete. Among all the powerful treasures in the world, which one of them did not require thousands of years of hard work and refinement from the Emperor Realm Masters that owned them? Yang Kai never imagined that he would accidentally receive the Azure Dragon Spear in this strange place. This spear was refined from the body of a dragon, so not just anybody could unleash its full strength. It was the dragonic nature to be arrogant. Even after death, there still existed a trace of its original nature that could not be extinguished. It was already a miracle if the backlash did not harm the people who used the Azure Dragon Spear. How could it willingly allow itself to be controlled by another? It just so happened that Yang Kai had the Golden Divine Dragon Source though, which resolved this problem perfectly. Even though that big guy only knew how to giggle foolishly, it would seem that he isn't stupid. Resisting the urge to continue chasing after Ada, Yang Kai looked in the direction where the former had disappeared and bowed with his hand on his chest. I received such an amazing benefit from him. If I ever meet him again, I will definitely treat him to a full meal. Yang Kai. Yang Kai, are you still alive? Boya's frantic voice came from within the small sealed world. She had been in the middle of a conversation with him when the projected image in the sky shattered to pieces without any warning. It was obvious that he had encountered some sort of attack. She had been trying to contact him all this while, but there had been no response from him. Thus, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could he have died? If he died, then won't I be stuck in the small sealed world for the rest of my life? Although the current small sealed world isn't too bad, it was simply not as splendid as the world outside. I'm not dead yet. Stop screaming, Yang Kai replied shortly. Naturally, Boya began cursing him furiously. Why did you ignore me if you're still alive? Falling silent for a moment, she anxiously asked, what happened just now? It's nothing. He gave a perfunctory reply. I met a rather interesting guy. He even called me a good person and gave me a precious gift. His words stunned her into silence. She had a glimpse of the vast starry sky just now, so who could he meet in a place like that? Unfortunately, Yang Kai stopped answering her when she questioned him further. It drove her so mad that she nearly gnashed her teeth to bits. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned around and placed the Azure Dragon Spear horizontally across his shoulders. His hands were placed on the head and tail of the spear. Then, his 1,000-meter-tall half-dragon form shrunk rapidly and turned back into his human form. Following the sudden change in body size, the gigantic azure dragon spear also changed according to his wishes. By the time his figure stabilized again, the azure dragon spear had become no more than 3 meters long. He took a large stride forward. With a flash of his figure, that one step brought him 1,000 kilometers away. He was staring fixedly ahead. That direction was probably where the star boundary was located. Ever since he escaped from the void crack, Xianxia could feel a faint force pulling at him. At the time, he had not had the time to investigate before he was blown away by Ada's snoring. Now that he thought about it, the force that was pulling at him and guiding him towards a certain direction could only be the star boundary's will. He had the recognition of the world's will after all. For him, the star boundary was his homeland, so no matter how far he went, his connection with the star boundary would never be completely cut off. Oh! An army of millions was gathered in the southern territory outside of Star Soul Palace. Both humans and demons were at war. The once beautiful mountains and rivers were a terrible mess. The mountains and fields in the surroundings were withered and demon chi ran rampant. Several years ago, the Second Two Worlds Great War had erupted with the sudden arrival of the 10 demon saints. Afterwards, 108 Two Worlds passages appeared all over the star boundary. The land around the Two Worlds passages turned into demon land. Consequently, countless families had been separated and destroyed in the beginning. The star boundary relied on its space arrays and the world beads that Xianxia refined to gain a significant advantage in mobility. They slew numerous demons and obliterated 98 of the demon strongholds. As such, only the 10 largest demon strongholds remained. These 10 demon strongholds were also the places where the demon saints and great emperors had once fought. The demon race placed great importance on these 10 demon strongholds. Not only were they heavily fortified, but the demon race also spent large amounts of manpower and resources to build unknown demon towers at each one. When construction of these demon towers started, nobody had taken notice of these structures. It wasn't until the demon towers began to take shape that the star boundary realized what their purpose was. There were 10 primary demon strongholds and 10 demon towers, all of which were interconnected with each other and functioned in the same manner as space arrays. Hence, the demon race armies were able to travel quickly between these 10 primary demon strongholds. On that note, the star boundary's armies lost their advantage in terms of mobility from then onward. The construction of the demon towers never ceased. There were large numbers of demons bustling up and down each demon tower at every moment of the day. Accordingly, the demon towers grew higher and higher by the day. At present, they had reached a height of over 10,000 meters. Nobody knew how these demon towers were built, but these towers were incredibly sturdy. Back in Blue Wave City of the Northern Territory, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui once used the Flowing Time Temple to ram into a demon tower twice. However, their efforts failed to bear fruit. The feather demon saint, Fuyu, had teleported to the scene before they could launch a third attempt and knocked the Flowing Time Temple back with a single arrow. Her counterattack caused Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to suffer a terrible loss. As the demon towers continued to grow taller, the area around the 10 primary demon strongholds expanded by more than 10 times their original size. Looking down from above, these 10 primary demon strongholds were like 10 cancerous tumors in the star boundary that oozed with pus and rotted the flesh. They corroded away at the surrounding intact lands without pause. For that reason, people couldn't help wondering, would the star boundary undergo complete decay and turn into demon lands if the demon towers continued to grow taller? That was probably what the demon race was planning. With the 10 primary demon strongholds and 10 demon towers acting as fortresses and the protection of the 3 demon saints, the rest of the demon race had nothing to worry about whatsoever and were simply hiding away inside the demon strongholds over the past few years. Although the star boundary's armies had attacked on various occasions, they always returned in defeat, suffering heavy casualties despite killing many of the demon race members in the process. In the beginning, everybody had pinned their hopes on Xianxia. They were hoping that he would locate the missing great emperors in the demon realm. However, it had been 3 years since he left and there had been no news from him since then. Everybody eventually realized something: the demon race must have done something on their end. The likelihood was high that the great emperors were not in the demon realm. Otherwise, why had Xianxia not sent word after so long? In the current situation, The star boundary could only rely on the two great elders of the Dragon Clan to provide support. Unfortunately, there were only two of them against the three demon saints. Now that both parties had a means of teleportation, there was no chance of carrying out a surprise attack. All they could compete with was their patience, determination, and strength. The demon race had been lying low for a long while. It wasn't until today that the demon race finally launched its first offensive. Moreover, it was aimed directly at Star Soul Palace. It was not as though the demon race's actions were intentional, it was just that one of the 10 primary demon strongholds was located adjacent to Star Soul Palace. There had been some distance between them before the expansion. But the expansion during the recent years had begun to encroach upon the edges of Star Soul Palace. If it were an ordinary place, it would have been abandoned. However, Star Soul Palace was a symbol of the Southern Territory. Bright Moon Great Emperor had protected the Southern Territory for many millennia when he was still alive. So how could the Star Boundary turn a blind eye to Star Soul Palace's plight now that Bright Moon Great Emperor was gone? Officially, everything the demon race did had to be stopped. On a more personal level, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed himself in the demon realm for the sake of the entire Star Boundary. So it could be said that the Star Boundary was indebted to him. Therefore, this battle was an inevitable one. The 14 armies stationed in the Southern Territory gathered in Star Soul Palace to discuss countermeasures in advance, but even so, what was there to discuss? The demon race's attack was imminent, so all they could do in response was defend this place to death. A huge battle was about to break out. The moment the demon land expanded to the edge of the sect-defending array of Star Soul Palace, the demon race army would charge out and attack. The ones leading the charge were a group of red, short, and rounded red demons. These red demons had low sentience and were the lowest existences among the demon clans. They had always been used as sacrificial pawns, and this time was no exception. Tens of thousands of red demons launched suicide attacks on Star Soul Palace's sect-defending array while screaming wildly. As the hegemon sect of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace's sect-defending array was refined and reinforced over many, many years. Moreover, it occupied the best spirit land in the Southern Territory, so it was only natural that it was absolutely extraordinary. Even the Grand Array of High Heaven Palace was inferior. Nevertheless, the Grand Array only lasted for less than a day before it began cracking under the relentless self-destruction of hundreds of thousands of red demons. Following right behind the red demons, a large wave of the demon race army charged forward and attacked the Grand Array. Needless to say, the armies of the Star Boundary did not stand idly by. They summoned out their artifacts and activated their secret techniques to kill and disrupt the demons' charge. As the number of dead demons increased, the demon chi in the surroundings became more and more intense. The pitch-black aura seemed to gain a life of its own, slowly crawling towards Star Soul Palace's sect-defending array and climbing up the Grand Array. Consequently, the Grand Array that originally resembled 7-colored stained glass was gradually dyed a pitch-black color that gave off an ominous vibe. 3 days later, the Grand Array finally collapsed when the curtain of light turned completely black. The demon race army then charged forward like a pack of starving wolves, stepping into the pure land that symbolized the pinnacle of the martial Tao in the Southern Territory. That was not the only sect-defending array of Star Soul Palace. Under the control of the many elders of Star Soul Palace and the current palace master of Star Soul Palace, Lan Sun, the grand arrays of each spirit peak and various other areas were activated all at once to split the demon race army apart. Then, the Star Boundary's armies that had been lying in wait instantly clashed with their enemies in a bloody battle. Rivers of blood flowed in Star Soul Palace and mountains of corpses began piling up everywhere. Demon chi escaped from the corpses of the dead demons constantly, contaminating everything in the surroundings and staining the land with demon essence. If this had only been a simple battle between the two armies, the demon race would be no match against the Star Boundary. The demon race army might be mighty, but there were 14 of the Star Boundary's armies gathered in this place too. Even with as many as 15 half-saints and pseudo-great emperors, they might not be enough to exhaust the strength of the entire Southern Territory. Unfortunately, the defense line of the Star Boundary's armies tightened little by little with the continuous expansion of the demon land, and signs of failure gradually began to appear. While these signs were not obvious at first, the difference in momentum between the two armies only became more and more noticeable, especially after the backlash of the Bloodlust spell broke out, resulting in a sharp drop in the Star Boundary Army's combat power. On the other hand, the demon race seemed tireless and blessed by the heavens as they stood in the demon land. The situation on the battlefield was extremely unfavorable for the Star Boundary. 3 young women stood side by side on the battlefield, pale-facedly facing off against a half-saint master. One of them was Lan Sun. 10 years ago, she had barely broken through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so even with her special constitution as Bright Moon's daughter, she had no chance of surviving a direct confrontation with a half-saint. Even so, she had taken a risk to refine the World Pagoda previously and directly broke through to the Third-Order Emperor realm in one fell swoop with the help of the ancient exotic artifact. She might be much weaker compared to a half-saint, but she at least had a slight chance in battle. Besides, the power of the World Pagoda was not to be underestimated. Even the half-saint was frightened of it, so combined with the help of her allies, Lan Sun somehow managed to hold on until now. It was unfortunate that she was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Even with an ancient treasure in her possession, the gap in their cultivation could not be overcome so easily. There was a bitter taste in Lan Sun's mouth. She had been determined to revive the power of Star Soul Palace, inherit the legacy of her father, and protect the Southern Territory for the rest of her life. However, Star Soul Palace was about to be eroded and turned into Demon Land. How could she realize this ambition of hers in the future? Next to Lan Sun stood a young girl with an innocent and cute appearance. She had a big black wok on her head that made her look quite ridiculous. Be that as it may, the half-saint's eyes couldn't help twitching at the sight of the black wok. The half-saint had underestimated his opponents earlier. Consequently, he was nearly captured by the black wok and almost failed to escape. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than his opponent, he would have died after being trapped inside that black wok a long time ago. The chaotic feeling of refining everything in that black wok was still fresh in his memory. The third young woman had a pretty face and her whole body was filled with a youthful aura. Even so, her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. The butterfly wings on her back flapped gently behind her. She might only be in the Second-Order Emperor realm, but her slender body was emanating a divine spirit's aura. Lan Sun, Lin Yuner, and Mo Shaoqi, 2 daughters of the great emperors, were fighting side by side with the disciple of another. Furthermore, they were stopping a half-saint's killing spree with their slender bodies. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the average Emperor Realm Master to fight a half-saint. Even a Third-Order Emperor could only flee for their lives in front of a half-saint. Be that as it may, not a single one among these 3 young women was ordinary. With the treasures in their possession and the heritage they bore, how could they be compared with ordinary Emperor Realm Masters? Lan Sun's World Pagoda was a core treasure of Star Soul Palace. Moreover, inside Star Soul Palace, she could mobilize far more of the world principles to assist her than normal. On the other hand, Lin Yuner's black wok, known as Unlimited Return, was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Although Mo Shaoqi had no comparable treasure on hand, she was born on Spirit Beast Island and Martial Beast Great Emperor had long ago planted the spirit of the heavenly illusion butterfly divine spirit in her. As her strength and cultivation became more powerful, it became easier and easier for her to wield the power of this divine spirit like it was a part of her body. By fighting 3 against 1, they barely managed to maintain a stalemate situation. However, it was delusional to think that they could kill the half-saint they were facing. It was impossible unless he made a fatal mistake. You 3 little bitches, just wait until this king captures you. I will make you wish you were dead. You will beg for death by the time this king finishes with you. The half-saint was tall and broad-shouldered. The muscles all over his body were bulked up and contained great explosive power while his skin was the color of stone. It was obvious that he was a stone demon. The stone demon clan had inherently powerful defensive abilities and could ignore most light injuries. In addition, their natural strength was incredible. Although they were not as strong as strength demons, they were by no means any less than the other demon clans. Among the 100 clans in the demon realm, blood demons were the fastest and most cunning, but stone demons were the most difficult to kill. The 3 young women in front of him were indeed extraordinary, but even so, he believed that as long as he did not give them an opening, they would not be able to do anything to him. All he needed to do was drag out this battle, and he could eliminate them one by one once they were exhausted. Talk after you prove you have the ability. Lan Xun's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. Her father had lost his life in the demon realm, and now the legacy he left behind was being invaded by the demon race. It could be said that her hatred for the demon race was carved into her bones. At this moment, she was cursing the heavens for not giving her enough time to fully grow into her potential. While she spoke, Lan Xun extended her hand forward. A green vine suddenly shot out of her sleeve and wrapped around the half-saint. The artifact spirit of World Pagoda had taken the form of a mimosa plant. Therefore, the power of the World Pagoda took on the appearance of a plant when Lan Xun activated its power. If the half-saint could be fully wrapped up in the green vines, she could figure out a way to drag him into the World Pagoda and fight him to the death. Her strength would be greatly improved inside the World Pagoda. On this point, it might not be comparable to the advantage Yang received inside the small sealed world, but the principle was the same. When Lan Xun made her move, Lin Yuner and Mo Shaoqi did not stand around idly. Lin Yuner took the black wok that she had always worn on her head like a hat and threw it forward in the direction of the half-saint, letting out an oddly cute cry, "Eat this!" Her petite body rushed forward along with the black wok. What she cultivated was Iron Blood Great Emperor's Iron Blood record. So attacking her enemy with her bare fists was what she excelled at. Her fists were invincible, capable of crushing anything they struck. It was just that she must first put herself in a dangerous position in order to attack her enemies. The butterfly wings behind Mo Shaoqi fluttered gently, then gleaming rays of light converged like fireflies and floated towards the stone demon half-saint. The combat effectiveness of the heavenly illusion butterfly could not be described with mere words, more so since this divine spirit's greatest ability was built upon a person's achievements in soul cultivation. The shining powder had the power to create hallucinations, and the effects were so strong that even the half-saint could not ignore them. It was clear that this was not the first time these three young women had joined forces. Through the battles over the past few days, they had connected together as though they were one entity. By now, they could work seamlessly to launch an attack without the need for any prior communication. The stone demon half-saint's expression turned incredibly cold at the sight, and the demon chi in his body surged as he fiercely threw a punch in front of him. The green vine shooting towards him was smashed to pieces before it could get close. Although it repaired itself immediately, it was still unable to approach due to the sharp impact of the punch. In the meantime, the sky darkened. Unlimited return descended from above and covered the stone demon half-saint. On the other hand, Lin Yuner lunged at the stone demon under the cover of the green vines. The power of the heavenly illusion butterfly also came into play at this moment. The shining powder lingered around the stone demon. It was pervasive, and the slightest touch would make the other party's consciousness blank out for a moment. Hence, the punch the half-saint was aiming at Lin Yuner involuntarily paused for a moment. That one moment was the key determining factor in deciding the victor of this clash. With a loud explosion, Lin Yuner's fists landed on the stone demon half-saint's chest. Her punch that was capable of smashing mountains only made the stone demon stagger backwards slightly, however. On the contrary, her face crumpled into an expression of pain. Even so, she did not retreat. Lin Yuner raised her fists again and prepared to continue her assault. Her honored master had once said that there was no defense in this world that could not be broken. It only depended on whether the power of her punches was strong enough. Her little face was flushed red from her efforts. Wind and clouds gathered around her tender fists, indicating the vague appearance of the Grand Tao. At that moment, an exclamation of surprise sounded. In the midst of what they were doing, Lan Xun turned to look in the direction of the sound, and her beautiful eyes contracted abruptly at the sight. A swirling sand pit had appeared under Mo Shaoqi's feet without them noticing. Two large hands reached out from the sand pit, grabbed her by the ankles, and dragged her downward. Her feet were already sinking into the sand pit by the time Lan Xun glanced over. Sand Demon. This demon clan was similar to the Blood Demon clan in that they were very difficult to deal with. Not to mention the elusive shadow demons who were also very hard to guard against. Lan Xun could not afford to spare any thought to attack the stone demon half-saint at that moment. She gave a flick of her wrist, and the green vine shooting outward immediately turned back and plunged directly into the depths of the ground. The earth subsequently began to heave as though a terrifying battle was taking place underground. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoqi was distracted by the sneak attack and lost control over the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly. The stone demon half-saint immediately woke up from his confusion as a result, just in time to receive Lin Yun'er's punch. Without any hesitation, he countered her fist with a punch of his own. Lin Yun'er's petite body was sent flying backwards as she coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair, dyeing the front of her shirt red. Unlimited Return was also sent flying backwards by the stone demon, just like its master. Despite getting injured, Lin Yun'er deftly spun through the air 3 times like a swallow before landing at Mo Xiaoqi's feet and striking the ground with her fist. The ground that had been heaving violently stopped moving all of a sudden. At the same time, the force that was restraining Mo Xiaoqi loosened and she took the opportunity to break free from the trap. In addition, Lan Xun retracted the green vine. Then the 3 young women stood side by side once more. A stench of blood wafted out from the crack in the ground. It was obvious that the sand demon who had hidden in the ground and attacked Mo Xiaoqi was dead. The sand demon was only a mid-rank demon king who seemed to believe that there was an opportunity here that he could take advantage of. Who could have known that he would end up in such a state in the blink of an eye? Even so, he had accidentally helped the stone demon half-saint. The stone demon half-saint would have been attacked by Lan Xun and the others otherwise. While he would not have been affected by those attacks, it would have been quite a disgrace and humiliation for him. Bitch! He cursed furiously before frowning and turning to look around at his surroundings. At some point, the commotion in the battlefield had died down. In fact, it was dead silent. Everybody had stopped fighting at that moment, but he had been so focused on countering the attacks of Lan Xun and the others that he had not paid much attention to his surroundings before. It wasn't until now that he noticed this odd change. Similarly, Lan Xun and the others had noticed this too, and they began looking around their surroundings and glancing at each other. Then, Lin Yun'er asked sheepishly, "What's going on?" Mo Xiaoqi looked up at the sky. "Look over there." Lin Yun'er looked in that direction and her mouth instantly fell open in surprise. A storm seemed to have gathered in the sky with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Furthermore, the dark clouds loomed so low that the sky looked like it was about to collapse. Amidst the flashing layer of clouds came an impressive sense of oppression, as if something terrible was about to be born. It was obvious that this strange phenomenon had caught the attention of the tens of millions of humans and demons alike in Star Soul Palace, causing the 2 races that were at war to fall into a temporary truce. "Is it the demon race?" Mo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. They were currently at war. For there to be such movements coming from the sky at this kind of time, she simply could not remain calm under these circumstances. The star boundary was already at a disadvantage, so if this strange phenomenon was caused by the demon race, then the future was truly looking bleak. "It doesn't seem like it." Lan Xun slowly shook her head. If it were something that was cooked up by the demon race, then they would not appear so clueless about the current situation. However, the stone demon half-saint whom they had been fighting had an apprehensive expression on his face now. "What is it then?" Mo Xiaoqi frowned. How could Lan Xun know what was going on? Even so, she felt a little relieved by the current situation and secretly winked at Mo Xiaoqi and Lin Yun'er, signaling for the 3 of them to take this opportunity to rest and restore themselves. The tens of millions of humans and demons on the battlefield were not the only ones staring up at the commotion in the sky. There were another 5 pairs of eyes staring as well. The large-scale battle here would practically decide ownership of the southern territory. So how could the 3 demon saints and the 2 great elders of the dragon clan be absent? It was just that none of these 5 people had intervened in the battle. For the 2 great elders of the dragon clan, they were outnumbered by their enemies. Their involvement in the battle would only draw the 3 demon saints into making a move, which would in turn worsen the situation in the star boundary. Therefore, they had simply been hiding in the sky and watching the situation. They would not make a move unless the situation forced their hand. Their presence here was mainly a deterrent. For the 3 demon saints of the demon race, they knew that they might not be able to harm the 2 great elders of the dragon clan even if a battle broke out between them. They might hold the advantage in numbers in a 3 against 2 fight, but it was impossible for them to kill their opponents. Both parties had exchanged blows with each other on several occasions over the past few years, so they had a fair understanding of each other's strength. If the two from the Dragon Clan were willing to watch quietly, then the Demon Saints were more than happy to oblige. While Lan Sun and her companions were conversing among themselves, the three Demon Saints were also looking at each other with astonishment in their eyes. They might not know what was behind the aura hidden in the clouds, but there was one thing they could be sure of: the demon realm was not behind this. If it was not the demon realm, then could it be the star boundary? They frowned and glanced in the direction of the two great elders of the Dragon Clan before quickly discovering that Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan were also frowning and looking at them suspiciously. When the gazes from both sides met each other, Xueli grinned wickedly while Fu Zhuan gave a cold snort. The dark, heavy clouds were looming lower than before, looking like they were really going to fall out of the sky. All of a sudden, a huge vortex appeared in the middle of the thick, dark clouds. As the vortex swirled, the surrounding clouds swirled along with it and made the sky seem rather volatile. Then, a small light appeared in the center of the vortex. Zhu Yan's expression changed at the sight as he raised his brow and muttered, "That's..." Fu Zhuan also had a shocked expression on her face. Like Zhu Yan, she had caught a hint of a dragon's aura from that light at the very moment it appeared. The presence of a dragon aura indicated that there was a dragon present. It was just that Fu Zhuan and Zhu Yan had brought all of the pure-blood members of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island here with them. There were only so many of them, so how could any of their clansmen appear from within the vortex in the clouds? What's more, that trace of dragon aura that they detected felt extremely ancient and desolate. It felt as though it came from a very distant era, leaping across time and space. Even they couldn't help feeling inferior in comparison. Before the two of them had time to understand the situation, the carefree light that had appeared leisurely began to fall like a meteor with a long tail dragging behind it. The dark clouds covering the sky were seemingly influenced by the falling light and started squirming for a bit before suddenly shrinking into a ball and falling towards the ground along with it. The feeling as though the sky was falling bloomed in everybody's hearts. Be they the human race or the demon race, all the living creatures in Star Soul Palace felt suffocated and anxious. Soon, though, everybody's expressions changed once more. The light that was falling to the ground was heading directly towards Star Soul Palace. It approached as swiftly as lightning, and before the armies of tens of millions could react, the light that was falling from the sky had already smashed into the ground. There was a loud explosion and the world shook from the impact. The hundreds of spirit peaks in Star Soul Palace trembled slightly, causing loose gravel to fall all over. A force of vibration then spread out in a circle from the place where the light had fallen, violently extending outward in all directions. Both humans and demons were thrown off their feet everywhere that force of vibration passed. There was no discrimination. Only those in the Emperor realm and above managed to maintain their balance. Immediately following that, the dark clouds that came falling down with the light smashed into the ground, and the entire Star Soul Palace was instantly shrouded in a layer of fog. The beautiful faces of Lan Sun, Lin Yuner, and Mo Xiaoqi turned pale. That was because the light that had fallen out of the sky had landed no more than several tens of meters in front of them, just so happening to separate them from the stone demon half-saint. Fortunately, the three young women were considered quite powerful now and were able to defend themselves. That was why they were not hurt by the force of vibration that erupted outward. When they looked up, they saw a figure half-kneeling on the ground several tens of meters away. That figure was covered in ragged clothes and had disheveled hair. Parts of his sturdy and muscular body were exposed through the gaps of his tattered rags. His embarrassed state was reminiscent of somebody who had just finished fighting a grand battle. The hair hanging off his forehead covered his face so his appearance could not be seen clearly. He had one hand on his knee while the other hand was holding a 3-meter-long spear. There was a pattern of a dragon coiling around the spear, and it also seemed to be covered in dragon scales. Moreover, the head of the spear was glinting with a cold light, and an ancient aura surged wildly from its body. The three young women were dumbfounded by the sight. Similarly, all of the humans and demons who witnessed this sight had blank expressions too. Nobody could have imagined that the light that caused a heavenly manifestation when it fell from the sky would turn out to be a person. Literally millions of eyes had been watching intently only to witness this person's arrival. Uncle Yang. Lin Yuna tilted her head to the side and called out with a slight frown. What? Lansun turned to look at Lin Yuna when she heard her speak. Unfortunately, she had not heard what Lin Yuna said clearly. At that moment, the half-kneeling figure on the ground finally moved. He slowly straightened up his body. When he was crouching on the ground, all light seemed to be focused on the 3-meter-long spear. However, he seemed to rob the entire world of its splendor the moment he stood up straight. There was a series of cracking sounds coming from all over his body. Casually lifting the spear in his hand, he rested it on his shoulder before throwing his head back and laughed heartily as his voice rang out like a dragon roar. I'm finally home. It feels so good. His long and disheveled hair covered his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. Even so, his eyes gleamed as brightly as the sun from between the gaps of his fringe. Lan Sun was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she stuttered, Senior Brother Yang? That voice might be deafening, but she was certain that it was definitely Yang Kai's. Mo Xiaoqi also seemed to recognize his voice, and her cold expression quickly dissolved into one of pleasant surprise. Big Brother Yang? She had not met Yang Kai again ever since he brought her to meet the third elder of Dragon Island, Fu Xian. Although it had only been less than 20 years, those years were far too long for a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. She had wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island many times to search for Yang Kai, but she had no opportunity to leave with Mo Huang around, and whenever Mo Huang wasn't around, Jiao Feng would accompany her instead. Therefore, her wish to see Yang Kai might have played a part in the reason she came to the Southern Territory this time. It was a shame that she only learned that he had gone to the demon realm after she arrived at this place. Moreover, there had been no news from him for the past 3 years. It never occurred to her that they would meet again under such circumstances. Didn't they say he went to the demon realm? Why did he fall out of the sky? Mo Xiaoqi could not make heads or tails of the situation. Similarly, Lan Sun and Lin Yuna didn't understand what was going on either. There was no two worlds passage connecting to the demon realm in the sky here after all. A few dozen meters away, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and brushed his hair back to reveal his face, smiling brightly as he called out, Xiaoqi? Yuner? Junior sister Lan too? Why are you? Oh! The journey back from the outer universe had been fraught with perils. Just by looking at his disheveled appearance, one could tell that his trip had not been smooth sailing by any means. The many hardships he encountered during the journey were difficult for others to understand. Now that he had finally returned to the star boundary after overcoming those challenges, he had not had the time to take in the situation around him yet. Could even be said that his landing here had not been planned. It was simply a coincidence. Yang Kai swept his divine sense across his surroundings and immediately understood the current situation, as well as where this place was. How did the war spread to Star Soul Palace? He frowned slightly. Has the situation in the star boundary gotten so bad in the few years that I was away? Yang Kai. Xue Li's expression turned cold as he stood mid-air, staring down at Yang Kai's figure with his scarlet eyes. Murderous intent was bursting out of his body. All the demon saints held a deep grudge against Yang Kai. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, Yuru Meng, Bai Liemo, Changtian, and many others would not have betrayed the demon realm. If these three had been around, conquering the star boundary would have been as easy as crushing an ant under their boot. It was precisely because Yang Kai had convinced these three to defect that the battle to conquer the star boundary was still stuck in a deadlock. Although the final victory would eventually belong to the demon race, the time and energy lost in this war were irreparable. The moment his murderous intent burst out of him, the auras of the two Dragon Clan Great Elders immediately locked onto him. Turning around, Xue Li gave both Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan a cold sneer. The defeat of Star Soul Palace was already written in stone. There was no way to turn the situation around even if Yang Kai appeared all of a sudden, not unless Yang Kai had the strength of a great emperor. Hence, he would neither act rashly nor annoy the two Dragon Clan Great Elders, even though he was itching to kill Yang Kai on the spot. Below them, Yang Kai raised his head to look at the sky. There was nothing in his field of vision, but his gaze seemed to be capable of leaping across space. Then, he smiled slightly in the direction of the three demon saints. Interesting. I can't believe he can see us. Huobo chuckled. his round body shaking uncontrollably from laughter. Fu Yu's fingers twitched slightly. She was wondering if she should just shoot Yang Kai to death on the spot. After giving it some thought, though, she decided that she probably would not have any chance of shooting him with the two Dragon Clan Great Elders around. "Uncle Yang, watch out!" Lin Yuner suddenly shouted. At the exact moment Yang Kai raised his head to look up into the sky, the stone demon half-saint standing nearby leapt out to attack. Raising his hand and bringing it down on Yang Kai from a distance, the stone demon sent a gigantic pitch-black palm hurtling from the sky. Yang Kai seemed unaware of the danger and didn't even move a single muscle. The palm then came slamming down in the next moment. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out and the place where Yang Kai had been standing was completely crushed to pieces. Lin Yuner looked dazed, Mo Xiaoqi screamed in horror, Lan Sun went pale. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles and could not be killed so easily, they could not help worrying until they could be sure of his safety. Yang Kai's figure reappeared again in the next instant, his tattered clothes looking absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, he had already rushed towards the stone demon at some point, his expression stern. Thrusting his spear in the direction of the stone demon half-saint, he shouted, "You shall be the first sacrifice to my spear." Ever since receiving the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai had been on the road all this time. Although he came across many thrilling and dangerous situations, his spear had yet to taste blood. A half-saint was good enough to become an offering. The stone demon seemed stunned by Yang Kai's bravery and ignorance, causing him to sneer and snap, "Don't be so presumptuous." He then directly grabbed the head of the spear with his large hand. As a stone demon, his inherent defensive abilities were outstanding. Even other half-saints in the same realm would not have an easy time breaking through his defenses. While Yang Kai's spear might appear powerful, a demon king's strength was simply not enough to be his opponent. It was only natural that he thought nothing of Yang Kai. He believed that as long as he grabbed the spear and dragged Yang Kai over to him, he could smash Yang Kai's head in with a single punch. The demon saints claimed that they would offer personal guidance to the person who managed to kill Yang Kai. With the stone demon's current cultivation in addition to the teaching of the demon saints, it may not be impossible for him to become the new demon saint if the opportunity arose. Unfortunately, all his beautiful hopes and dreams were shattered by the spear in front of him. The stone demon felt a stabbing pain in his palm the moment he grabbed the head of the spear. The defense he was so proud of tore apart like a piece of paper, completely useless in the face of this thrust. The spear pierced a hole through the palm of his hand and stabbed towards his head without losing any momentum. Horrified by the sudden turn of events, the stone demon shouted incredulously, "How is this possible?" The defenses that were strong enough to withstand the onslaught of even other half-saints like himself had been broken. He simply could not accept it. Although his mind was shaken, he was still a half-saint, so it was not so easy to kill him. Seeing the spear quickly looming larger in front of his eyes, he hurriedly dodged his head to the side and narrowly avoided this terrifying blow. At the same time, he swiftly retreated some distance away while the Azure Dragon Spear was pulled out of his palm, causing large amounts of blood to flow. Yang Kai moved like a shadow, chasing after the stone demon relentlessly. His expression was as cold as ice as spear shadows enveloped his enemy. Lan Sun and the others were dumbfounded by the sight. They knew that Yang Kai's strength had always exceeded his own realm. Moreover, he constantly fought without regard for cultivation realms and survived countless battles against many pseudo-great emperors and half-saints in the past. Even so, how could he single-handedly push back a stone demon half-saint with nothing but his own strength? The three young women were originally planning to step in to rescue Yang Kai. However, who could they dare to rashly intervene in this battle after seeing it play out? Stepping in at this moment would only disrupt Yang Kai's momentum and, in the worst case, they might even ruin his chances of victory. Exchanging a look with each other, they immediately flew out to form a three-sided encirclement with the stone demon half-saint in the middle, ensuring he did not have a chance to escape. A cold light flickered as the spear shadow flashed out. Every thrust of the spear frightened the stone demon half-saint. All other people could see were a series of dazzling spear techniques. In contrast, there was an azure dragon rushing at him with fangs bared and claws out in the stone demon's vision. The dragon roars that penetrated into his soul seemed to have a strange power of causing him to become anxious and uneasy. He was unable to defend himself against the enemy with all his strength as a result. The swooshing sounds of the spear never stopped. Wound after wound was inflicted upon his tough body, and he was soon covered in blood. The pain aroused his ferocious nature, causing his eyes to flash scarlet. Lifting his hand suddenly, he straightened his palm and pressed it down towards Xianxia heavily. The speed of his movements was not fast. Rather, his movements seemed very slow, feeling as if there was an invisible force preventing him from moving. As the stone demon's palm came closer, Xianxia's expression changed. He pulled the spear back in defense, using the azure dragon spear to create a wall of illusory phantoms that formed a solid defense that stood in front of him. There was a series of clanking sounds and a shower of sparks erupted. Even though there were no weapons that came attacking in his direction, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out anyway. All of a sudden, the spear shadows that covered the sky disappeared, and Xianxia held his spear horizontally in front of his chest. Following that, a force of incomparable power rushed at him with the approach of the stone demon half-saint's palm. He subsequently looked down only to see his chest sinking downward slightly. Die! The stone demon half-saint shouted angrily as he forcefully pressed his outstretched palm down towards Xianxia. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of golden blood while at the same time, his body was sent flying backwards. Senior brother Yang. Lan Sun was shocked and quickly flicked her wrist to send a green vine out from her sleeve to pull Xianxia back towards her after he was sent flying. No matter how tough his body, his internal organs were churning after being struck by a half-saint. If any other Emperor Realm Master had been standing in his shoes, they would have died after taking such an attack. Xianxia, on the contrary, only coughed up some blood. His life was not in danger. He was simply a little winded. Leaning against Lan Sun's body, Xianxia felt something soft touching him. Her face flushed slightly in response. She had known him for many years by now, and the relationship between them was also not too bad. Even so, they had never been in such intimate contact before. More so since everybody's eyes were on them on this battlefield. Lan Sun couldn't help but feel a tormenting sense of embarrassment. Be that as it may, the concern in her heart trumped over everything else, so she pushed down her shame and anxiously asked, "Are you all right, senior brother? I won't die." He turned his head to the side and spat out another mouthful of blood. After stabilizing himself, he glanced at the stone demon half-saint with a savage grin. After the stone demon half-saint completed his attack, he involuntarily revealed a sense of lingering fear when he recalled Xianxia's powerful barrage of attacks just now. Even from an enemy's standpoint, I have to admit that this guy is quite strong. He is only a high-rank demon king, but he already has so much power. What if he becomes a half-saint? How will the other half-saints survive? Thinking so, he became more and more determined to kill Xianxia. Taking a step forward, he coldly snorted and said, "Did you really think you can do anything you want just because you have a little bit of skill? You had that slut Ru Meng protecting you back in the demon realm. But now that she is gone, I wonder who will save you now? Kneel down and beg for mercy, and this king might just let you live." Xianxia held the azure dragon spear with one arm and pointed it at the stone demon half-saint, laughing ferociously as he shouted, "I see. You will be the first to die today. Shameless boasting." The stone demon half-saint's expression was cold and severe, but a moment later, his expression suddenly changed. Looking down at his palm in horror, his eyes trembled violently. He was a stone demon, thus he was born with extremely strong defensive abilities. Having strong defensive abilities also meant that he would have strong restorative abilities. Light injuries were nothing to him, which was why he had not been bothered even though he was injured by Xianxia several times just now. They were all just flesh wounds that would heal in the time it took for him to say a few words. However, he was only just discovering to his horror that his injuries showed no signs of healing. Not only was the wound not healing, but they were also showing signs of getting worse. There was a strange force permeating the bloody holes that formed when Xianxia's spear cut him. That energy was constantly corroding the flesh surrounding the wounds. Even the restorative abilities that he was so proud of could not do anything against this corrosion, and as the energy continued to eat away at his flesh, his wounds were slowly expanding. Turning pale with fright, he hurriedly tried to use his demon chi to suppress this strange energy, but it failed to have any positive effect. On the contrary, his demon chi seemed to serve as nutrients for that inexplicable energy. The more he tried to fight it, the stronger the energy became and the faster the speed of corrosion, causing him to cry out, "What is this? What the hell is this? The dead don't need to know." As a high-rank demon king, it should have been impossible for Xianxia to perform such a feat. He did not have such abilities in the past either. It was just that he had spent several dozen years in intensive cultivation on the ancient battlefield within the small sealed world. During that time, he absorbed the martial truth of Great Demon God and Flowing Time Great Emperor. He also caught a glimpse into the secrets behind World Force. While these several dozen years of intensive cultivation had not led to a breakthrough in his cultivation, the benefits he obtained from his efforts were impressive. Borrowing the strength of his predecessors, Xianxia now had his own martial truth. This martial truth was born from the distilled essence of the Great Demon God and Flowing Time Great Emperor's lifetime of cultivation, making it profound and unparalleled. Even a demon race half-saint could not hope to disperse this martial truth, so how could the stone demon half-saint recover from his wounds? "I told you I would sacrifice you to my spear. I'm a man who always means what he says." When the last word left Xianxia's mouth, he lunged forward. With a flick of his spear, he stabbed at the stone demon's chest. No matter how many demon hearts the stone demon had tempered, there would definitely be one in his chest. Therefore, Xianxia aimed for that one first. At the same time that Xianxia lunged forward, Mo Shaoqi harnessed the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly. The stone demon's expression froze slightly amidst the flickering lights, and it was clear that his consciousness was being disturbed. However, it only lasted for a moment before he broke free of the illusions. While the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly was great, the gap between Mo Shaoqi and the half-saint's cultivation was simply too large, so the effect that it could produce was extremely limited. Nevertheless, that one moment was enough. Lin Yuner came falling out of the sky. Nobody knew when she made her move, but she had grasped the timing just right. The half-saint was caught off guard when she fell straight down headfirst and grabbed him by the shoulders with her two small hands. Even though her body looked small and delicate, it felt heavier than a mountain at this moment. When she grabbed his shoulders with both hands, the stone demon's body slumped slightly, his knees bent, and he nearly fell to the ground from the impact. The ground where he stood erupted with a muffled explosion as it cracked open. It was at that moment Xianxia arrived with his spear, a frozen expression on his face. The stone demon wanted to avoid the attack, but how could he avoid it in time? There was a sharp stabbing sound as the spear pierced through his chest as Xianxia's demon chi surged, and he shouted, "Die!" Hong! The stone demon half-saint staggered back as a terrifying wave of demon chi erupted from his body. Lin Yuner let out a scream of surprise and was sent flying into the air. Fortunately, a green vine shot out suddenly and wrapped around her to bring her back. Lan Sun had taken action just in time. Lin Yuner simply nodded in acknowledgement as there was no need to say thanks. Over the past few days, the three young women had been fighting together in various deadly situations and had long since forged a special friendship among themselves. When they looked back up, they saw a gaping hole appearing in the stone demon half-saint's chest. They could see through his body from the front to the back as his organs squirmed within the bloody cavity. How could any ordinary person survive such a severe injury? However, as long as the demon heart remained, the demon race would not die. This stone demon half-saint clearly had more than one demon heart, but be that as it may, he currently did not have the majesty of a half-saint. For the first time, an expression of fear surfaced on his angular face that looked like it was carved out of stone. He was staring at Xianxia as though he had seen a ghost while involuntarily backing away from him. When Xianxia turned his cold gaze in the stone demon's direction, the stone demon turned around and fled to the rear. It was one thing if Xianxia only wielded the combat prowess that he was currently showing. The stone demon might still stand a fighting chance if that were the case. Even if he suffered terrible losses as a result, Xianxia would not fare any better either. It was just that the strange power surrounding his wounds terrified him greatly. He had no way of removing or suppressing that power. Death seemed like the only ending left for him once he was touched by that power. That strange power completely shattered his confidence to battle Xianxia. He had only taken a few steps in his attempt to flee when a large dragon came swooping down on him from the front. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on him. He had seen this scene many times before, so he knew that it was not a dragon in front of him. It was simply an effect from Yang Kai's attack which affected his mind and to experience these illusions. Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space. Can I really manage to escape from? Before he could finish his thought, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. Felt like he was being hit by a large sledgehammer. After that, his thoughts sank into the abyss as his surroundings went dark. He really killed him. Lan Xun's small mouth fell open slightly. Her beautiful eyes were gleaming with a strange light as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had stabbed the stone demon through the head with the spear he was holding in one hand. The glory of that moment was simply awe-inspiring. We won! We won! Lin Yuner jumped up and down, cheering ecstatically. She, Lan Xun, and Mo Shaoqi had been battling the stone demon half-saint for quite some time now, and they had barely survived countless dangerous situations during that time. In the end, they had relied on the power of various exotic treasures to hold back the half-saint. In contrast, Yang Kai swiftly ended this half-saint with his spear after no more than a stick of incense worth of time after he appeared. Lin Yuner did not think much about the difference in strength between herself and Yang Kai. She was only focused on the fact that everybody had killed the half-saint together, so she was absolutely elated by the win. The stone demon half-saint had been stabbed in the head, so even if he had other demon hearts in his body, it would take some time before he could move again. Hence, Yang Kai naturally took advantage of this opportunity to kill him for good. He stabbed the stone demon a few more times with the azure dragon spear, causing half of the stone demon's body to explode into dust. There was no way the stone demon could survive now. He was as dead could be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed after experiencing the growth in his strength. If he had this strength back at the Flowing Time Temple, the battle with Windlord would not have been so arduous. With the help of the Azure Dragon Spear and the martial truth that formed from his enlightenment, he could clearly sense that the current version of himself stood a fighting chance against half-saints and pseudo-great emperors. It was no longer like before where he had to consider his escape options above all else whenever he randomly encountered a half-saint or a pseudo-great emperor. The noise on the battlefield seemed to fall silent at that moment. The battle at Star Soul Palace had lasted for several days, but it was the first time a master in the half-saint realm had fallen. It was a chaotic mess inside Star Soul Palace, but the sudden disappearance of a half-saint's aura was still perceived by many people. Besides, the anomaly that occurred when Yang Kai fell out of the sky previously had already drawn a lot of attention. Many of the masters among the human race and the demon race were still keeping note of this area even while battling the enemies in front of them. Needless to say, the scene where Yang Kai had murdered the stone demon was witnessed by many people. The morale among the human race was boosted in an instant while the faces of many demon race masters turned ashen. The role a half-saint played on a battlefield, even one with tens of millions of soldiers fighting, was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the loss of one such half-saint was very likely to change the entire course of the battlefield. Most of the half-saints were cursing the stone demon in their hearts for being useless. How could he die just like that at Yang Kai's hands? How did he even manage to cultivate this far? Having said that, if one were to disregard the advantage of numbers, it was undeniable that the overall strength of the pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary was slightly stronger than that of the demon realm's half-saints. This difference stemmed from the myriad demon pills that were unique to the demon race. The demon race half-saints had the habit of consuming myriad demon pills when cultivating, while on the other hand, the pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary did not have such a unique resource. They could not rely on the help of auxiliary supplements, so they could only increase their own strength one step at a time. It was only natural that their foundations and the mastery of their strength was superior to half-saints. The expressions of all three demon saints, who were standing in mid-air, were very cold and stern. Even Huobo, who usually had a smiling expression, was frowning at this moment. There was no need to mention Fu Yu and Xueli. The frequency of the former rubbing her fingers together had increased significantly. On the other hand, the latter was clenching his fists tightly. If that stone demon half-saint had died at the hands of a pseudo-great emperor, then there would have been nothing to say. Who could blame him if he died because his strength lost to an equal opponent? But the one to kill him just had to be Yang Kai. The current situation felt like a slap to the face for the three demon saints who had been monitoring the battlefield, especially since the two great elders of the Dragon Clan were still present. Compared to the three demon saints, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan also looked extremely shocked. They had some understanding of Yang Kai's ability, but they were certain he had never been this strong before. Did he come across some sort of special opportunity during the 3 years he spent in the demon realm? How else could he show such a great increase in strength? What bothered the two Dragon Clan elders the most was the Azure Dragon Spear. They had been attracted by the dragon aura when Yang Kai first appeared, and after watching for some time they became increasingly aware of how extraordinary the Azure Dragon Spear was. Other people might not be able to tell clearly, but how could they fail to notice when they were also a part of the Dragon Clan? The Azure Dragon Spear was actually refined from a dragon's remains. Moreover, that dragon was definitely more powerful than the both of them when it was still alive. Which generation did the remains of that senior belong to? Furthermore, who refined a weapon like this? If it were anybody else wielding the Azure Dragon Spear, Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan would not have tolerated it. They would not allow the remains of a member of the Dragon Clan to be desecrated even after death. However, there was nothing they could do if Yang Kai was the current owner of this spear. Their hands were tied. Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, a power that even they could only look up to. If Yang Kai could develop his power to the maximum, the likes of a demon saint would be nothing to him. It was a pity that he had too little time to grow. The growth of a member of the Dragon Clan required a long time after all. Soon, the two Dragon Clan elders calmed down and began paying closer attention to the movements of the three demon saints. A variable like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In addition, he had taken the lead in killing a demon race half-saint. Who could say when Xueli and the others might suddenly intervene in the battle? Therefore, they had to be prepared at all times. Fortunately, Xueli and the others had their own reservations too. They were unwilling to escalate the war any further. Even though their expressions were unkind and their murderous intent leaked out, they had no plan to get rid of Yang Kai themselves. Take care of yourselves. Yang Kai shouted to Lan Xun and the others on the battlefield before raising his hand. Following that, a shrill neigh rang out as Zhuai Feng appeared. Yang Kai immediately swung himself onto the horse and pointed his spear towards the place where the demon race was gathered. Zhuai Feng snorted, spraying a breath of hot air. Then he charged forward with flames erupting from his hooves. A golden beam of light flashed by and nobody could see Yang Kai's figure. But the demons collapsed like straw everywhere the golden light passed. Yang Kai traveled from one spirit peak to the next in a matter of breaths, leaving a road of corpses in his wake. By the time Zhuai Feng reappeared, the demons that had been sent flying just now exploded into mist in mid-air, leaving no bones behind. On the other hand, Li Wuyi was fighting two half-saints by himself on this particular mountain peak. Of these two half-saints, one was an elusive shadow demon and the other was a blood demon. The blood demon had transformed into a boundless blood sea, which enveloped Li Wuyi in order to give the shadow demon a chance to kill him. Yang Kai had the power to kill a half-saint, so the moment he arrived at this place, the boundless blood sea involuntarily formed a gap to let him pass. It might be that the blood demon did not want to confront Yang Kai directly, or it could be that he wanted to trap Yang Kai inside the blood sea. The second option was the more plausible reason. Li Wuyi might be known as the strongest beneath the great emperors, but his strength was still lacking in a 2-on-1 battle. He could protect himself, but it was difficult for him to kill his enemy. When the two met, Li Wuyi nodded lightly at Yang Kai. "You're back." "And?" Yang Kai grinned, resting the Azure Dragon Spear on his shoulder as he looked around. "Do you have a plan? We can't hold on any longer. We have no choice but to retreat to conserve as much strength as possible." Li Wuyi sighed. It wasn't that the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were no match for the demon race. They were both about the same in terms of numbers and strength, so the battle would end with both sides suffering heavy casualties at most. Rather, the issue was that the demon land was rapidly encroaching upon Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace would be reduced to become part of the demon land in just a few more days, and once that happened, the demon race army would surely experience a significant increase in strength. In contrast, the human race armies would experience a great limitation on their strength. This battle would not end well. Yang Kai said, "I understand. In that case, it's better to issue the command early. Where there is life, there is hope. Lend me a hand." Li Wuyi took a step forward. Despite being trapped within the Blood Sea, he had felt the battle between Yang Kai and the Stone Demon Half-Saint just now, so he knew that Yang Kai was no longer the same person from 3 years ago, and there was no need to worry about the latter's safety. Yang Kai grinned. "Good." Turning to Zhui Feng, Yang Kai pointed his Azure Dragon Spear and shouted, "Kill!" Zhui Feng charged into the Blood Sea like a flash of lightning. This time around, the Blood Sea did not open up a path for them. The Blood Demon hiding inside the Blood Sea wished for nothing more than Yang Kai voluntarily walking into the trap. So how could he allow Yang Kai to leave so easily? Entering the Blood Sea was equivalent to walking right into his territory, so Yang Kai's life was currently in his hands. Yang Kai whirled round and round like a dragon inside the Blood Sea, stirring up the Blood Sea to the point where it looked like it was boiling. Even so, he was unable to grasp a trace of the Blood Demon's true whereabouts. Oftentimes, the Blood Demon would vanish without a trace the moment Yang Kai caught a glance of him. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai lifted the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand before he spread open his free palm and pressed down on the void with a sneer. "Devour it!" Space principles fluctuated wildly as a vortex appeared at the spot where his palm struck. Following that, the blood waters involuntarily poured into the vortex and disappeared in large waves. The expression of the Blood Demon who was hiding within the Blood Sea turned cold. The blood waters surrounding Yang Kai became extremely viscous with a flash of his thoughts, while at the same time a giant, ferocious beast suddenly condensed in front of Yang Kai and swooped down to bite him. That wasn't all, however, as a peculiar figure also appeared behind him, followed by a glint of cold light stabbing directly at his heart. The shadow demon hiding in the Blood Sea had made his move. Yang Kai felt a chill running up his spine as all the hair on his body stood on end. He could sense the attack of the shadow demon, but he ignored it and simply stabbed his spear into the beast in front of him. Just as the shadow demon was about to succeed in his assassination, Li Wuyi suddenly appeared. His cold eyes stared indifferently at the shadow demon who had just revealed himself. Then, he raised his palm and struck the shadow demon. The black mist covering the shadow demon's face subconsciously wavered slightly, indicating the emotional fluctuations that he was experiencing inside. If he pressed forward, he would succeed in heavily wounding Yang Kai. However, he would end up in even worse condition. In the end, his life was more important, so the shadow demon half-saint pulled back at the last moment to counter Li Wuyi's attack. Afterward, his figure quickly dissolved as though he was planning to go back into hiding once again. "Since you're already here, why not stay for a while?" Li Wuyi smiled slightly as space principles around him surged violently to shroud the shadow demon. The shadow demon's body that had gradually faded away solidified once more without his consent, and the two immediately began exchanging a series of fierce blows. Simultaneously, Yang Kai stabbed his spear into the giant beast before turning his head and looking to the side. "Found you!" The Blood Demon had been hiding inside the Blood Sea with his aura completely concealed, so Yang Kai was unable to confirm the opponent's position so long as they did not make a move. On the contrary, there would be traces that could be used to track the Blood Demon's whereabouts if he attacked. With Yang Kai's divine sense, which surpassed that of a half-saint's, it was not difficult for him to lock on to that fleeting aura. Leaping off from where he sat on top of Zhui Feng, Yang Kai stabbed at a certain spot in the Blood Sea. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty spot that looked like it was filled with blood waters. It was the Blood Demon who had been hiding in the Blood Sea all along, his scarlet eyes filled with astonishment. The Blood Demon never imagined that Yang Kai could locate his whereabouts with such a low cultivation. Having learned from the Stone Demon Half-Saint's mistakes, however, he clearly noticed that the Azure Dragon Spear that Yang Kai wielded was very powerful. How could he easily allow himself to be injured by that weapon? Even though he had not taken a single step, the Blood Demon's figure still retreated in a strange manner. Yang Kai grinned widely and shouted, "Extend!" Before the Blood Demon realized what was going on, The azure dragon's spear suddenly grew in length and stabbed towards his chest at a high speed. He was absolutely shocked, but it was too late for him to defend against the attack in his state of unpreparedness. With no other choice, he lifted a hand to summon a hook-like demon artifact. Hooking one end with the demon artifact, he pulled the spear to one side. Although his response was not bad, he was still scratched by the azure dragon spear and a wound opened up on his arm. An injury like this was practically negligible under normal circumstances, but Xianxia grinned wickedly at the blood demon and taunted, "You're already dead." The blood demon felt uneasy, but could not pinpoint the reason behind that uneasiness. With no other choice, he activated the demon artifact in his hands to fight Xianxia. He refused to be as careless as the stone demon. The stone demon had placed himself at an immediate disadvantage by having his palm pierced through by Xianxia's spear. For that reason, the blood demon was defending almost exclusively. It seemed like he was not aiming to achieve a clean victory. Rather, he was trying to avoid making mistakes. His behavior made Xianxia extremely annoyed. If somebody clueless of the current situation saw this battle, they would have mistakenly thought that Xianxia was the half-saint while the opponent was a high-rank demon king instead. His cultivation is clearly higher than mine, but he is fighting so cautiously. A person like this is indeed difficult to kill. There was a series of clashing sounds, but aside from the initial wound Xianxia managed to inflict, he failed to cause any further damage to the blood demon. With his current strength, he was not inferior to any half-saint or pseudo-great emperor. Nevertheless, it was still very difficult for him to kill a half-saint who was taking a fully defensive stance in battle. It was impossible unless the opponent made a critical mistake. Just as Xianxia was debating taking a blow in order to land one on his opponent, the blood demon's expression changed. He pushed Xianxia back with a vicious attack before looking down at his arm. It was only a glance, but that was enough for the half-saint's expression to change greatly. Previously, the blood demon half-saint had been injured by Xianxia's azure dragon spear. However, it had been nothing more than a small scratch. Forget a half-saint, it was an insignificant injury even for an ordinary mortal. Hence, the blood demon had not paid much attention to this scratch. It wasn't until after he fought Xianxia for a while that he realized that something was wrong with the wound. "It's too late for you to realize now," Xianxia grinned fiercely, taking advantage of his opponent's unpreparedness as he thrust at the other party's chest with his spear. The blood demon was very restless. With the precedent, he did not dare to block the spear directly. Not only did he not dare to block, but his resolve to continue fighting had also weakened. He only wanted to find a place to treat his wound as soon as possible. He had the feeling that if he did not treat his wound, it would become very troublesome later. For that reason, he shifted his body and spun around, dodging repeatedly when faced with the spear containing the power of a dragon. The boundless blood sea began to swirl in response and converge together quickly. A large part of the blood sea disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the blood demon escaped along with it. Xianxia's spear stabbed into empty space, and although he was a little annoyed, he was not too disappointed. It was an unexpected joy for him to kill a half-saint with the help of Lan Sun and the others just now. How could he hope to kill another one? On the other hand, the shadow demon's situation became a little awkward the moment the blood demon escaped. He had originally concealed himself in the blood sea and borrowed its power to cause trouble for Li Wuyi. Now that the blood sea was gone, he immediately fell into a disadvantageous situation in his one-on-one battle. He saw Xianxia, who was now unoccupied, rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye, and knew that he would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the idea to retreat bloomed in him and all his fighting spirit vanished as a result. Just as the shadow demon was about to follow the blood demon's footsteps and make his escape, Xianxia soared into the sky to intercept him. The azure dragon spear disappeared in a flash of light as Xianxia stowed it and began forming hand seals. Then, he struck out his palm in the direction of the shadow demon with a stern expression and murmured a chant. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Time seemed to stop flowing. Likewise, all thoughts came to a stop at this moment. The entire world receded in all directions like a tidal wave, and the only thing left in the eyes of the world was Xianxia's palm strike. If it were Xianxia from the past, The time flies seal he cast might not have been so powerful. But now he had personally witnessed the majestic appearance of flowing time great emperor casting this divine ability countless times on the ancient battlefield. Although Xianxia did not dare to say that he had completely comprehended the essence of this divine ability, it was still incomparable to what he could execute in the past. By the time the shadow demon returned to his senses, he discovered that his chest had sunken inward. Li Wuyi was pressing a hand against his chest with an unfeeling expression, and the might of the space principles was running rampant inside his body. He had failed to notice Li Wuyi's attack during that moment of distraction. Hence, he looked horrified as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia had already summoned the azure dragon spear once more. A dragon roar reverberated across the heavens as he slashed out with the spear. The dragon fang that was the head of the spear penetrated the shadow demon's body, and there was a loud noise as it exploded into a cloud of black fog before dissipating into the surroundings. Li Wuyi frowned. He lifted a finger and pointed at several spots in his surroundings a few times before a muffled groan came from the void, followed only by complete silence immediately after that. Lowering his arm, Li Wuyi gave a small sigh. He escaped in the end. There were a few wonderful opportunities after he and Xianxia joined forces. Unfortunately, all their efforts ended in vain. It wasn't because his or Xianxia's strength was lacking. It was simply too difficult to kill a person once their cultivation reached the half-saint realm. It was precisely because of this reason that no half-saint had died previously, even though the human race and the demon race had been fighting here for several days now. That was also why Xianxia's act of killing the stone demon half-saint just now had caused such a commotion. The shadow demons were naturally talented in escaping and concealing themselves, so it was not surprising that he managed to escape alive during such a critical moment. If it had been a stone demon, strength demon, bone demon, or a demon from some other clan lacking in stealth, they might have ended up dying in this place. Xianxia nodded. It's a pity indeed. He changed the topic of conversation, but that guy is heavily injured. It's impossible for him to heal unless he recuperates for a year or more. Li Wuyi nodded and looked around him, prepared to evacuate. Here, take these. The others might have use for them. Xianxia brought out many world beads and handed them to Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi looked overjoyed at the sight and nodded happily. You really came back just in time. He had been a little worried at first. After all, 14 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here. There were simply too many people, so they would surely incur great casualties even though they were withdrawing from battle. Be that as it may, they could keep those losses to the minimum with the help of these world beads. The flag of the first army fluttered as the orders were passed down to the people. The 14 armies of the Star Boundary swiftly retreated in unison and gathered in a mountain valley within Star Soul Palace, and despite their staggering numbers, their movements were orderly. Upon seeing this, the demon race army pursued relentlessly. The confrontation became even more intense among the vanguard compared to the previous days. Without the suppression of the Star Boundary army, the speed of the Demon Land's expansion seemed to accelerate significantly, and the boundaries of Star Soul Palace were rapidly eroded. Oh! 3 graceful figures stood on one of the spirit peaks in a triangular formation. They were completely surrounded by the demon race army, and numerous hostile gazes were fixed upon them. A strange light glinting in those eyes from time to time. After several consecutive days of fighting, these 3 young women were at their limit. Even though they came from extraordinary backgrounds with strong heritages, they were having a hard time holding on. Their Emperor Qi had been exhausted countless times, and they were completely relying on pills now to replenish their energy. In order to create an opportunity for their companions to evacuate, these 3 had been holding back enemies that outnumbered them by more than 100 times. At this moment, they were alone and helpless, like a tiny reef in the middle of a black tide that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Green vines burst out of the ground, swaying back and forth like flood dragons, slaughtering anyone who carelessly approached. With this threat in place, the surrounding demons did not dare to act rashly, as they were prepared to wait for a half-saint to come and deal with the situation. "Princess, I'm here to help you." A shout rang out as a man appeared out of nowhere. The long sword in his hand glinted with a cold light, cutting down countless demons. His originally handsome appearance had been reduced to a mess, and he was covered in uncountable wounds, fresh blood blurring his eyes and his body. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and he was relying solely on willpower to remain standing. One of the three girls in front of him was somebody he had grown up with all his life. He had been determined to marry her, watch over her, take care of her, and protect her from harm ever since he was a child. Unfortunately, this battle had forcefully woken him from his dream. Without him realizing, the gap between them had grown so large that when she stood on the battlefield, he was unable to stand beside her at all. Hence, the only thing he could do for her was to do his best to slaughter the demons around her. Now that he finally had the chance to shine, he naturally spared no effort to rush over. "Don't come over, Xiao Chun!" Lan Sun shouted sharply when she turned around and saw Xiao Chen's figure stumbling toward her. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's pale face. Look at her anxious expression. It turns out she still cares for me. In his distraction, his already precarious situation became more and more critical. He saw a fire-breathing skeleton trying to bite him, but he didn't even have the strength to dodge anymore. His expression changed drastically as he realized, my destined end has come, ha. Lan Sun shouted and pointed her hand in Xiao Chen's direction. The ground churned like there was an earth dragon tumbling about and a green vine shot straight up from under his feet. The moment the green vine broke through the ground, it wrapped around the skeleton and shattered its bones. However, this momentary delay made the three young women's situation become more dangerous. Without the protection of the World Pagoda, the defense line they had barely been maintaining collapsed. More than a dozen demon kings in their surroundings led hundreds of other demons towards them with savage grins. Xiao Qi. Yuner. Lan Sun turned around and glanced at her companions beside her, a trace of guilt in her eyes. It's my fault, Mo. Xiao Qi smiled and shook her head. Don't mind it. We just need to kill our way out, right? Lin Yuner piped up. Nah. Veli. And Uncle Yang will come and save us. As soon as the words left her mouth, everything in their surroundings seemed to become still as the demons charging at them stopped in midair. Lan Sun and the others stared in astonishment before a cold light flashed before them and a tall figure appeared. There was a series of swooshing sounds, following which the frozen world resumed moving again. More than a dozen demon kings and hundreds of other demons exploded all of a sudden. Hundreds of bloody flowers bloomed in the sky in front of them. It was a poignant and beautiful sight. Look! I told you Uncle Yang would come. Lin Yuner excitedly glanced at Yang Kai, who had appeared out of nowhere, with a look that seemed to say she had expected this. Meanwhile, Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were slightly in shock. Yang Kai held the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand and carried Xiao Chan by the collar in the other. Glancing at the three young women, he nodded gently and called out, "It's time to go." Afterwards, Yang Kai turned to the side and gave a whistle. With a flash of golden light, Zhui Feng immediately galloped in this direction from a distance and appeared before Yang Kai almost instantly. Raising his front hooves, he gave a loud whinny. "Get on!" Yang Kai called out. Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were still in a daze, but Lin Yuner had already swung herself up on Zhui Feng's back. Then, she bent down and pulled her companions up. Although there were three of them, Zhui Feng was an ancient beast with a tall stature, so it was not crowded riding him. "Brother Xiao, do you still have the strength to move?" Yang Kai asked as he placed Xiaochen down. Xiaochen stared at Yang Kai blankly before nodding in response. "Good, then rendezvous with everyone else." Yang Kai stretched out a hand and pointed them in a certain direction. "What about you, senior brother?" Lan Sun lowered her head and asked from where she sat on Zhui Feng's back. "I haven't had enough yet. I'm going to let loose for a bit." Yang Kai grinned at her before slapping Zhui Feng's bottom, sending him immediately into a gallop as swift as lightning. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen, who was still standing still without moving, and gave a small sigh. He could tell that Xiao Chen was completely exhausted and was just about to place him into the small sealed world for safekeeping when he saw Zhui Feng turning back. Zhui Feng snorted at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction, as if scolding the latter for not keeping up. He subsequently opened his mouth, gripped Xiao Chen's collar with his teeth, and hoisted him up before galloping back towards the gathering point again. The surrounding scenery passed by in a flash, and the sound of killing faded into the distance. Xiao Chen was indifferent despite being held in Zhui Feng's mouth. His eyes seemed a little dull and his hands were spread out before him as he stared forward blankly. He had always thought of himself as the favored son of the heavens, And in fact, he wasn't wrong. He was born into a hegemon sect like Star Soul Palace, and his father, Xiao Yuyang, was a powerful and respected elder. He had cultivated in an extremely conducive environment with nearly unlimited resources since childhood, allowing him to become one of the representatives of the Southern Territory's younger generation. Unfortunately, his glory only lasted until he became an Emperor Realm Master. When the Shattered Star Sea opened, the best among the younger generation of the Star Boundary broke through into the Emperor Realm in quick succession. Xiao Chun was no exception. Up until then, he firmly believed that his glory was bound to be part of the Star Boundary's future. However, it would now seem that his short burst of brilliance in his youth was the last of his glory, akin to the afterglow of a sunset. To date, the people among the younger generation with relations to the great emperors had all advanced into the second-order emperor realm. Take Yao Si, Lin Yuner, Mo Shaoqi, Li Shiqing, and Gao Zhan for example. In particular, Lan Xun was even more incredible. After she refined the World Pagoda, she rose to become a third-order Emperor Realm Master in one fell swoop. On the other hand, he was still stuck in the first-order Emperor Realm, unable to advance. It would have been fine if that were all. These people had unusual relationships with the great emperors after all. They were either the children or disciples of great emperors, so it wasn't a big deal if their cultivation progressed faster than his. His talent was still no less than anybody else's. The only thing he lacked was the unique privileges that they had. It only served to inspire him to strive harder to catch up instead. But what about Yang Kai? He had no connection with any of the great emperors whatsoever. His cultivation had initially been much lower than Xiao Chen's when they first met each other, but he was now at a level where Xiao Chun had to look up to him. Xiao Chun couldn't get close to Lan Xun despite trying his best. Rather, he even caused her to become distracted and forced her to protect him instead. On the contrary, Yang Kai had easily slaughtered all the enemies around them. Xiao Chun looked down at his hands, feeling extremely powerless for the first time. He longed for power. He wanted to become much stronger. The Star Boundary Army evacuated to the mountain valley in an orderly manner, and world beads had long been distributed. Many division commanders placed their subordinates who had withdrawn to the mountain valley into world beads in a rapid fashion. Be that as it may, how could the demon race just sit back and watch as the Star Boundary Army withdrew from battle? Countless demons swarmed towards the mountain valley to keep the millions of the Star Boundary cultivators locked down. Many Emperor Realm Masters were desperately defending the mouth of the mountain valley to buy more preparation time for the army behind them. Placing people into world beads was not a simple feat and required the consumption of copious amounts of spiritual energy. At this moment, all the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints under the Star Boundaries banner were fighting the half-saints of the demon realm, so that these demon race masters could not interfere with what was happening within the mountain valley. Therefore, the heavy burden of evacuating the Star Boundary Army rested on the shoulders of the many Emperor Realm Masters. It didn't matter if it was Wen Zishan, Gao Shueting, Qiu Ran, Chun Qian, Ma Qing, Chan Wenhao, or Wu Chong. Regardless of whether the names of the Emperor Realm Masters were famous or obscure, all of them were using their bodies to form an ironclad defensive wall at the mouth of the mountain valley to prevent the invasion of the demon race army. Fortunately, they had the advantage of topography on their side. Not many of the demon race army could swarm around them at one time, otherwise they would not have been able to hold out against the millions of bloodthirsty demons that swarmed towards them all at once. Nevertheless, the situation was extremely precarious. None of the Emperor Realm Masters had much strength left after so many days of intense battle. If they were not careful, even a demon great general or demon general would be able to kill them now. They would incur injuries from time to time, but there was no time for them to treat the wounds. Despite the blood flowing freely from their wounds, they could only push through with gritted teeth. The lights coming from many secret techniques and artifacts flashed constantly, illuminating the area in front of the mountain valley with many blinding flashes of color. Amidst all the sounds of fighting, Zhui Feng went on a rampage. He did not know how many times he successfully cut off the demon race army's violent attacks, but it was all thanks to him that Wen Zishan and the others managed to persist up until this point. In a place without the interference of a half-saint or pseudo-great emperor, Zhui Feng was an invincible existence. He simply charged back and forth from the mouth of the mountain valley to the back of the demon race army, repeating the same process over and over again. Every trip he made, he left countless demon corpses in his wake. Killing them excited him greatly, so the sounds of his neighing never paused for a breath. The blood of the demon race flowed as thick as mud across the ground, and whenever Zhue Feng's flaming hoofs trod, red fumes evaporated, created a disgusting and nauseating stench. Unfortunately, there was only one Zhue Feng, and as more and more of the soldiers were placed into the world beads and sent away via the space array in the mountain valley, the people among the Star Boundary Army who could stand up against the enemy dwindled. Little Xueting, take our people and leave. When Zishan turned to shout at Gao Xueting while swinging his sword and clearing a huge area in front of him. I'm not leaving. Gao Xueting stood firmly beside him, the radiant sun mirror hanging high above her head. A scorching ray of light shot out from the mirror, burning with a crackling sound as it landed on the bodies of the demon race. When Zizhan was furious and roared, "You've always been disobedient since you were a child, and you've only gotten worse as an adult. Will you just listen obediently for once?" She didn't even look at him. She simply pale-facedly pushed the power of the radiant sun mirror to the limit and replied lightly, "If you're upset over my disobedience, then you shouldn't have picked me up back then. You'll be the death of me." The words had just left his mouth when he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Gao Xueting quickly stepped forward to support his body, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, "Are you okay? I don't think I can hold on any longer." He currently looked very weak. The corners of his mouth twitched as though he was trying to smile, but he couldn't manage even that. The light in his eyes was dimming rapidly, and he weakly said, "Be a good girl. Hurry up and go." She shook her head strongly, her hair flying in the wind as her eyes turned bloodshot. "Don't drive me away. I'll listen to whatever you say in the future." "Really? Don't you lie to me now?" She hugged him tightly, tears flowing down her face as she sniffed and said firmly, "Don't you dare die. I'm not lying to you." He blinked, his dull and dim eyes quickly regaining their luster as a smile formed on his lips. "Don't forget what you just said. You better not regret those words later." Afterwards, he suddenly got up and swung his sword to the side. The sword light slashed through the void, cutting a shadow demon king in two. Blood and organs spilled across the ground as the shadow demon looked down at his lower body with an expression of astonishment on his face. Meanwhile, when Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "I knew you were hiding in the shadows. If I had not pretended to be dying, you probably wouldn't have revealed yourself." While speaking, he gave a flick of his sword and the two halves of the shadow demon turned to mist. His weak and defeated appearance from before was gone, replaced by a triumphant look. All of a sudden, he felt a scorching gaze burning into the back of his head as though about to incinerate him to ashes. Flinching slightly when Zishan dared not look back as he shouted to the people around him, "Stand strong. Don't let these bastards through even if it's cost your lives." The Emperor Realm Masters of Azure Sun Temple immediately responded, "Yes." Only Murong Xiao dared to throw a cautious glance at Gao Xueting. There were tears in Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes, but the corners of her mouth were curled into a cold smile. The radiant sun mirror that had gone bleak above her head suddenly shone brightly once more. A blazing flame shot out from the mirror, brushing past Wen Zishan's head to blast more than 10 demons into ashes. There was an audible gulping noise as Wen Zishan swallowed nervously. He lifted a hand to touch his hair and felt a patch of ashes as the smell of burnt hair wafted into his nose. "Brother One, something is happening in front," Ma Qing suddenly shouted, looking in a certain direction with a solemn expression. When Zishan had no time to think about other matters as he cocked his ear and listened carefully. There was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the demon race army. Looking into the distance, he saw a plume of smoke and dust heading straight towards them. Everywhere that plume of dust passed, the demons were forced to open up a path. "It's one of our own." He frowned at the sight. Ma Qing was stunned. "Is there anyone who is not withdrawn?" "Yang Kai isn't back yet." With just a few words, when Zishan could already confirm the identity of the incoming person, he couldn't help feeling a burst of joy. Yang Kai's current cultivation was extraordinary and his combat prowess was outstanding. If he could assist them, then the pressure to defend this mountain valley would reduce significantly. His guess was right. The person rushing towards them from the back of the demon race army was Xianxia indeed. However, he was not alone. He was charging ahead and forging a bloody path through the demon race army with the azure dragon spear. Behind him were several dozen people. These were star boundary soldiers who had not been able to evacuate in time and were scattered across the battlefield with no support. Xianxia had spread out his divine sense to cover the entire Star Soul Palace, and after locating these people, he had gone to rescue them one by one. That was why it had taken him so long to return. Most of the people had been placed into the sealed world bead, while those who stayed behind were all in the Emperor realm. Although there were only a few of them, they were akin to a 1,000-man army wielding a torrent of deadly steel under Xianxia's lead. They made their way through the demon race army but suffered no casualties despite facing enemies that outnumbered them by tens of thousands of times. Those Emperor Realm masters were filled with admiration and finally understood why Xianxia could become an army commander. His strength was simply not something an ordinary Emperor Realm master could possess. Xianxia led those emperors to penetrate the dense formation of demons, swiftly clearing a path and breaking through the siege to arrive at the mountain valley. When everybody was reunited, there was a sense of elation all around. Many of the masters who remained to guard the mouth of the mountain valley nodded at Xianxia with a look of gratitude in their eyes. Those Emperor Realm masters that he brought back with him were their companions. They originally thought that those people had perished on the battlefield, so it was only thanks to Xianxia that they could return safely. How could they not be grateful towards him? Carrying the momentum of having killed thousands of demons, Xianxia turned around and swept his eyes across the sight in front of him. The demon race army that had gathered in this place like a rising tide involuntarily took several steps back as if frightened by his murderous intent. Are there any others? When Zishan wiped the fresh blood from his face, looking at Xianxia when he asked the question. Xianxia shook his head. This is the last of them. When Zishan calmed down, that's good. Turning to the rest of the people, he shouted, those who are exhausted and injured will evacuate first. The rest will follow later. Contrary to expectations, however, Xianxia turned to Wen Zishan and said, all of you should leave. I alone am enough. Ma Qing was taken aback by those words. You alone? Xianxia grinned in response. Indeed. When Zishan looked solemn, brat. Xianxia raised his hand to stop Wen Zishan mid-sentence. Senior Li and the others are still fighting the half-saints of the demon realm. If you don't leave, they won't be able to leave either. They can only escape safely once all of you have left. When Zishan hesitated, but with just you, Xianxia smiled slightly. Since I've decided to stay behind, it's only natural that I'm confident in my ability. Besides, once all of you have left, I can leave whenever I want. Upon hearing what Xianxia said, Wen Zishan had to admit that those words were the truth. Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he couldn't win a battle, he could escape at any time. Nobody else had this advantage. Therefore, Wen Zishan did not waste any more time and nodded. Be careful. These were all men of action, so it was only natural that they did not procrastinate once they made their decision. With Wen Zishan in the lead, the Emperor Realm Masters of the Star Boundaries' 14 armies swiftly withdrew towards the mountain valley in quick succession. When they walked past Xianxia, their murmurs of be careful and take care that entered his ears indicated their respect for him. In just a short while, all the people that had been standing in front of the mountain valley were gone. Only Xianxia was left standing there alone. Even so, there was a huge grin on his face. He held his spear by his side, facing millions of demons alone without the slightest change in his expression. There was a commotion in the front lines of the demon race army. Countless demon race members glared at him furiously. The human in front of them had certainly shown extraordinary strength, even managing to kill a half-saint on the spot previously. Even so, his arrogant behavior at this moment was excessive. He was completely looking down on them. More than 10 high-ranked demon kings stood in front of the demon race army with gloomy expressions. Their divine sense was surging between them as they exchanged a brief discussion among themselves. Then they suddenly attacked in unison. Their demon chi sword and the power of their demon artifacts burst forth. Before the demon king in the lead could even approach Xianxia, the overwhelming brilliance of the demon artifact behind him shrouded Xianxia entirely. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was only one person. So what if he could rival a half-saint in strength? Even a half-saint would be forced to back down when confronted by an army that numbered in the millions. A series of explosions rang out as countless attacks rained down on Xianxia, practically burying him in an instant. In front of everybody's eyes, however, he neither dodged nor evaded those attacks. Instead, he allowed the power of the demon artifacts to land on him directly. Most of the demons were overjoyed by the sight. Similarly, the demon kings charging at him were also delighted. Even though he was acting extremely arrogant and looking down on all of them, it was still something to be celebrated in this situation. After all, he would surely be severely wounded after getting hit by so many attacks. Of course, that was if he was lucky enough to survive the barrage of attacks in the first place. Those thoughts had barely finished forming in their heads when they saw Xianxia's figure fading slightly, making him seem like he was both real and illusionary. At the same time, the numerous attacks went straight through his body and exploded behind him. None of the attacks caused him any damage at all, thus the demon kings couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. At the same time, Xianxia's figure solidified again. He reached out, grabbed the azure dragon spear, and thrust it forward without any hesitation. His attack was nothing special, and the speed wasn't even that fast. Everybody could see the attack clearly, however, the high-ranked demon kings looked extremely horrified when the spear came at them. An illusion that the spear was stabbing into them had bloomed in their minds. The power of the spear seemed to ignore the barriers of time and space, and a moment later, a blood-curdling scream rang out. By the time the demon kings came back to their senses, they immediately noticed that one of them had been impaled on the spear. That person had been pierced through and the tip of the spear was protruding out of his back. His entire being was hanging from the spear as he struggled furiously. But how could he break free? A sense of fear crept over the demon race army. The person hanging from the spear was one of their companions after all. More importantly, more than 10 demon kings were present, but none of them had seen how the attack had been carried out. In any case, there was no time for them to ponder over the question. The many demon kings lunging at Xianxia had arrived in front of him, completely surrounding him in an instant. All the demon kings also pushed their demon chi in unison. The sand demon escaped into the ground. The shadow demon concealed his presence. The stone demon and the strength demon attacked with their fists or summoned demon artifacts. The bone demon raised his hand so that his fingers flew out and transformed them into 5 ghastly skulls. The corpse demon opened his mouth and spewed out a strong corpse poison. And the flame demon controlled the flames that could burn down the heavens to pelt down attacks on him. Sounds of metal clashing rang out, but aside from the demons who were besieging Xianxia, nobody could get a clear glimpse of the situation. All the others could see were figures being thrown all over the place and sparks flying everywhere. Occasionally, a demon king would scream after being sent flying backwards with a large hole somewhere on their body. The chaotic melee lasted no more than 10 breaths before a spear shadow swept out in a wide circle, forcing all the demon kings to quickly retreat or be sent flying backwards. For a moment, the world became silent. Xianxia was covered in blood as he stood in front of the mountain valley. His ragged clothes were even more tattered than before, and his hair was further disheveled. He was kneeling with one knee as his spear was thrust into the ground before him. Gulyalu. Blood emerged from the ground as though there was a pool of it deep underground. Xianxia lifted his spear and the sand demon hiding underground was dragged out. The spear had stabbed right through him and pain colored his expression as he was being yanked out. Xianxia gave a flick of the spear and the sand demon exploded into pieces. The remains of the corpse scattered across the ground and turned into dust. The spectating demons felt a chill running down their backs at the sight. Everything they had just witnessed left them silent in shock. Meanwhile, the high-rank demon kings watching the scene had deep and profound expressions on their faces. A dozen or so high-rank demon kings had attacked all at once, so how were they unable to kill Xianxia on the spot with such a powerful lineup? What did it matter if he was slightly injured during the confrontation? In that short 10-breath confrontation just now, he slaughtered at least 3 high-rank demon kings and wounded 7 more of them. This person in front of them actually managed to block the onslaught of at least a dozen high-rank demon kings all by himself. It would not have been surprising for a half-saint to do so, but Xianxia was nothing more than a high-rank demon king. Something like this was simply ridiculous. They had not noticed anything before their confrontation with him. However, once they started battling Xianxia in earnest, they discovered the horrors of the spear he wielded. Not only was the spear unimaginably sharp, but it also radiated with great majesty when wielded as a weapon. It affected their minds and made it impossible for them to exert their full strength. Show! A soft sound suddenly rang out and all the demons felt their hearts clench up. A flowing stream of light shot straight towards Xianxia's heart at the speed of light. The initial soft sound seemed to be a signal, and immediately following that, a series of swishing sounds rang out incessantly. Cold lights flashed, one after the other, as arrows wrapped in the aura of death shot towards him from all directions. The Feather Demon clan was proficient in archery while somewhat lacking in close combat. That was why there was no sign of a Feather Demon during the attack just now. A person's vigilance was sure to relax after surviving a large battle, so it was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Xianxia had just turned the Sand Demon impaled upon his spear to mist when the first arrow came at him. The speed of the arrow was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time, and a chill enveloped his body. At that moment, he pushed his demon chi and the flesh on his chest tightened rapidly. There was a muffled thud as a meter-long feather arrow pierced a palm's length into Xianxia's flesh. An overpowering force pushed him back, causing him to stagger several steps before he could stabilize himself again. Afterwards, his spear began dancing. All the remaining arrows raining down on him were sent flying. The Demon Kings were shocked. Staring blankly at Xianxia, they exclaimed in their hearts, "How is he not dead?" The feather arrow sticking out of his chest looked just like a normal arrow, but the red water caltrop hanging from the end of the arrow indicated the identity of its master. The one who shot this arrow was the strongest among the feather demons, excluding the demon saints and half-saints. Even a stone demon who had inherently powerful defensive abilities would be pierced through by this arrow. Just how tough is this human's body? Meanwhile, Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Reaching out a hand, he clutched at the arrow sticking out of his chest that was still vibrating slightly and forcefully pulled it out. He looked down at his chest while thinking to himself, "It truly is as the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear in the light but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. If it had been me from before, I might not have been able to block this arrow even in my half-dragon form." Several dozen years had passed in the ancient battlefield, as though it was only a day. After being tempered by the two forces on the ancient battlefield, Xianxia's physical body had become incomparable to how it used to be. Not to mention, his half-dragon form had grown from 300 meters to 1,000 meters long during that period. The increase in the size of his half-dragon form was also indicative of his dragon source's development, so it was only natural that his physical body had gotten tougher as a result. Even so, this feathered arrow had broken through his defenses and penetrated his chest. He would have been in danger if it had pierced another palm's length. If a feather demon in the high-ranked Demon King realm can do this much, then what about a half-saint? What about Fuyu? Xianxia's fists clenched tightly and the feather arrow that was comparable to a demon artifact snapped into two. He then lifted his head abruptly. The look in his scarlet eyes was similar to that of a violent beast's as his gaze passed through the barriers of space and landed on a figure located more than a dozen kilometers away. Then Xianxia smiled wolfishly. The feather demon who launched the sneak attack from the shadows turned ashen-faced when she met the gaze of this horrifying man. Without any hesitation, she shifted her body and landed among the demon race army in hopes of blending into the crowd and erasing her presence. A gust of wind came blowing from behind, inciting a wave of pain as the wind sliced her back. It felt like she had lost a layer of flesh, and when she turned back to look, she saw that Xianxia, who had originally been more than a dozen kilometers away, had appeared without anybody noticing and was sweeping his spear around at the spot she was standing just now. She had long known that a distance of a dozen kilometers was no different from standing face to face when it came to enemies proficient in the Tao of space, which was why she fled the moment she noticed danger. From the situation right now, she was right to have reacted so quickly, otherwise she would have faced a disastrous ending by now. Oh! Seeing that the feather demon was smart enough to avoid him in advance, Xianxia couldn't help revealing an amused smile. His feet didn't move but his body swayed as he chased after the feather demon who had slipped into the ranks of the demon race army. For a moment, It was as though somebody had thrown a fistful of salt into a pot of boiling oil. There was chaos among the millions of the demons as many of them were thrown into the sky, their bodies all exploding into blood mist one after the other. The feather demon could sense a murderous intent locked onto her from behind, so how could she dare to look back? All she knew was that she could not stop moving, or the only ending waiting for her was death. She couldn't care less about the deaths of those ordinary demon race members, as she weaved her way to where the crowd was the densest in hopes of throwing Xianxia off her tail. Bastard! A high-rank demon king, who had been wounded by Xianxia in front of the mountain valley, flew into a rage. He was not mad at the feather demon. The other party was only a high-rank demon king after all. Instead, he was furious that Xianxia was completely looking down on the demon race. How dare he charge right into their ranks? While cursing furiously, the demon king turned back to challenge Xianxia again. However, he was held back by a strength demon. The strength demon slowly shook his head and said, "That person is proficient in space principles. You saw his prowess for yourself. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do against him unless a half-saint makes a move." Of course, there was a sentence in his heart that he had not said out loud. Even if a half-saint makes a move, it might not make a difference either. Compared to wasting our energy on him, we should chase after the remnants of our enemies instead. When the rest of the demon kings heard those words, they fervently nodded in agreement. The first reason was that the strength demon's words made sense. Xianxia was a man who had successfully escaped from the demon saints. Although the demon race army had great numbers, none of them could do anything to stop him if he was determined to escape. The second reason was that they had grown fearful of Xianxia during their brief confrontation just now. They would rather face Wen Zishan and the others from the 14-star boundary armies than to exchange blows with Xianxia again. Fighting that human would most likely lead to their deaths. The fear in their hearts combined with a justified reason gave the high-rank demon kings in front of the mountain valley no reason to hesitate. Even though they knew that the demon saints were secretly watching them from the shadows, they immediately issued the command to the troops. The demon race army that had stopped in their tracks finally pressed forward in the direction of the mountain valley again. Just then, a fearsome dragon roar reverberated across the sky. It was accompanied by a horrifying pressure that descended from above as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them. The demon race army rushing towards the mouth of the mountain valley felt their bodies sinking from the weight, making it very difficult for them to even lift their feet to step forward. This is Zhu Yan, who had been watching Xianxia's movements from the sky, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. His eyes shone with a shocking light as he excitedly looked up at the figure falling from the sky and descending upon the mouth of the mountain valley. Similarly, Fu Zhuan's beautiful eyes were gleaming with a strange light. She felt the dragon source in her body resonating with the dragon roar, giving her the strongest impulse to rush forward without regard for everything else to fight side by side with that person. Under the gaze of the two dragon clan great elders, the figure falling from the sky began to swell rapidly all of a sudden. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. 700 meters. It continued expanding until it finally reached more than 1,000 meters. Amidst the crackling sounds, the figure was completely covered in golden dragon scales. He had dragon horns protruding sharply from his forehead. His hands had transformed into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail swept out in all directions behind him. Who allowed, it really felt as though a small mountain had come crashing down. When the more than 1,000-meter-long dragon body came falling out of the sky, its enormous shadow obscured the sight of all the demons, causing their vision to darken to the point where they could not see the slightest speck of light. There was a loud explosion when his feet touched the ground. The earth trembled and loose rock came falling down from the mountain peaks on both sides. Numerous cracks split open the solid ground with the point where he landed as the source. Countless demons fell into those deep cracks. To pass? A 1,000-meter-long spear swept out, and it didn't matter whether they were common demon soldiers or powerful demon kings. Anyone who was touched by the spear was either killed on the spot or heavily injured. It only took an instant for the entire demon race army swarming towards the mountain valley to be wiped out completely. The demons were so shocked that they paled in fright. Those who had rushed to the front were dead, and only a few quick-witted demon kings were lucky enough to escape alive. At this moment, those demon kings were fleeing in all directions, and when they looked up at the behemoth blocking their way, a sense of helplessness grew in their hearts. If the demon kings were already in this state, then it was even worse for the weaker demon race members, their whole bodies trembling, completely bewildered with terror. Xianxia was standing alone in front of the mountain valley but was comparable to a mighty army of 1,000,000. He was so terrifying that the demon race army did not dare to take another step forward. Moreover, he was holding a tiny body in one of his giant claws. That figure was struggling desperately to break free of his iron grip. Judging by her appearance and her unique characteristics, it was the feathered demon king who had launched the initial sneak attack on him previously. He had actually managed to capture her from amongst millions of enemy troops in a matter of breaths. The feathered demon turned around with a pleading and begging expression on her face. But contrary to her hopes, Xianxia suddenly exerted more strength into his grip. Like the sound of a nut being cracked open, various popping noises came from all over her body. Just listening to those sounds sent a chill up one's spine. Fresh blood subsequently poured out from between the gaps of Xianxia's dragon claw, and when he spread his hand open again, what was once a feathered demon no longer held a humanoid shape. She had been turned into a bloody pulp, and the light in her eyes quickly vanished as her vitality disappeared while her remains slid from the palm of his hand and fell to the ground. Who? Xianxia exhaled hot steam from his nostrils as he grinned at the many demons before him, gripped the shaft of the now giant azure dragon spear, and swung it up high. All the demons felt their hearts clenching tight at this sight, and the expressions of the demon kings also changed drastically as they shouted desperately, "Retreat!" As soon as those words rang out, the demon kings desperately tried to withdraw from the battlefield. They might be able to escape, but how could the swarming demon race army manage? They were practically falling over each other in their haste to charge forward previously, but they found themselves facing countless obstacles in their way now that they wanted to retreat. The path behind them was packed with their own people, thus chaos broke out among the army and they descended into chaos. The azure dragon spear arced through the air with a straight, cold light and slammed heavily towards the ground. Hong! When the spear landed, the ground below collapsed. Countless demons were smashed to bits by the spear, leaving nothing behind. In addition, the violent shockwave swept out in all directions and caused the demons in a long path to be cut down like wheat in a field. It was followed by a terrifying force of vibration that spread out, sending many fallen demons into the sky where they exploded into blood mist. The power of the spear literally created a death zone of more than a dozen kilometers in length and a few kilometers wide with a single smash right in the middle of the demon race army. Any demons standing within that range died. There were no survivors. It was not over though. Instead of lifting his spear up again, Xianxia instead gripped its tail tightly and swept it along the ground. After a back-and-forth sweep with himself as the center, the fan-shaped area in front of him fell into a dead silence. Gudong. There were endless gulping sounds as many demons swallowed nervously. Who can fight against such a terrifying existence if the half-saints refuse to move? We might have an army of millions, but can we really stop the slaughter of such a monster? Before Xianxia could admire his handiwork in satisfaction though, Zhu Yan's warning rang out in his ears. Xianxia, watch out! At the same time, a chill spread all over his body. Xianxia could even sense the aura of death wash over him at that moment. At the critical juncture of life or death, he felt neither sorrow nor joy, rather his mind mysteriously entered a state of perfect calm. He straightened and stood upright, retracted the spear, and slashed out with all his might. He was aiming at a certain place in the sky, completely driven by instinct. He was in a state where he was neither thinking nor feeling. Even so, he felt a sense of immense exhilaration when he performed that sweep. It felt as though all the power in his body flowed out along with the attack. He could tell that this was the strongest attack he had ever unleashed in his entire life, and it felt as though it resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if a half-saint stood before him, this attack would claim that half-saint's life. A small black light suddenly appeared at the tip of the azure dragon spear, and the power of the space principles surged within it. When it first appeared, it was only the size of a bean. Be that as it may, it rapidly expanded as his spear slashed out and transformed into a black mass with a radius of several tens of meters. Ha! A surprised cry came from the front, and immediately after that, a fist appeared out of thin air and smashed at the azure dragon spear. Compared to the black mass with a radius of several dozen meters, this fist was so small that it was minuscule. Nevertheless, this was a fist belonging to a demon saint, so nobody in the world would dare to underestimate its power. When this fist collided with the black mass, it strangely did not make any sound. The black mass suddenly shrank in on itself and became a black spot before disappearing with a flash. On the other hand, the fist shuddered from the impact to reveal a brave and heroic figure. Hong! Only then did a dull but thunderous noise resound from the bottom of everybody's hearts. It was so deafening that it made one's vitality churn. Yang Kai's dragon body fell backwards, crashing into the ground with a loud explosion. He practically filled the entire mouth of the mountain valley, and after crashing into the ground, his dragon body shrank rapidly and turned back into his human form again. His complexion was pale as golden blood spewed out of his mouth and nose like flowing water. His aura was so weak that it was practically non-existent. After being shaken by Yang Kai's spear, Xueli appeared and flashed to Yang Kai's side in the blink of an eye. He subsequently struck out at Yang Kai with his palm without any hesitation whatsoever. As a demon saint, he felt genuine contempt for attacking a high-rank demon king, let alone performing a sneak attack on one. However, he had noticed the horror of Yang Kai's potential during the battle just now. Yang Kai was already so powerful even though he was only a high-rank demon king. It would be very bad if he was allowed to continue growing stronger. For that reason, Xueli blatantly decided to take action without regard for his status. What he could never have expected was that Yang Kai actually survived a punch from him. Despite thinking to himself that Yang Kai was extremely blessed by fate, he did not hesitate to kill the opponent. Two dragon roars sounded at that moment and two murderous intents locked onto Xueli. A powerful gust of wind came from behind just as he was about to strike Yang Kai with his palm, causing him to furrow his brow so slightly that it was almost imperceptible. If his attack landed, Yang Kai would suffer a disastrous end. Unfortunately, he would fare no better. The strength of the two Dragon Clan elders was nothing short of extraordinary after all. How could Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan continue standing on the sidelines after seeing Xueli make the first move? The two great elders had pushed their dragon sources the moment the demon saint made his move, transformed into their true bodies, and charged fiercely at Yang Kai. Likewise, Huobo and Fu Yu were not slow to react either. The former radiated a dangerous aura from his body, as he rushed towards the two great elders of the Dragon Clan. On the other hand, the latter pulled out an arrow, aimed at Zhu Yan's dragon body, and shot without delay. Zhu Yan seemed oblivious to that attack, as he continued to slash at Xueli with his dragon claws. In the end, that palm strike did not land on its intended target. In the demon saint's opinion, Yang Kai indeed had terrifying potential. However, it would still take a very long time for him to grow until he could stand on the same footing as them. Therefore, putting himself in danger just to kill a possible future threat was simply not worthwhile. Xueli shifted his body and vanished from the spot, transforming into a bloody ray as he escaped to the side. Zhu Yan's dragon claws ended up grabbing at empty space, causing 5 deep gashes to appear in the air as a result. Meanwhile, Fu Zhuan took the opportunity to open her dragon mouth and swallowed Yang Kai whole. At the same time Fu Yu's arrow struck. Zhu Yan had no way to avoid the blow. He had only wanted to rescue Yang Kai before, so he ignored the attacks coming from behind him. Now that Yang Kai was saved, it was too late for him to defend himself. In his desperation, he flicked his dragon tail to slap the feather arrow that was aiming at him away. The force caused the feather arrow to change its direction slightly, brushing past Zhu Yan's chest and taking out a large piece of his flesh with it. A large amount of emerald green blood splattered in all directions, as even the Dragon Clan's defenses could not stop the sharp edge of this arrow. On another hand, Huobo rushed over with a wicked grin. His originally round body swelled like he was inflated with air. Despite his bloated body, his figure was indescribably agile, and he headed directly to the place where Zhu Yan was injured. Hong! Huobo exploded and Zhu Yan was struck by the impact and sent flying as a result, drawing a roar of pain from his mouth. In the meantime, Huobo's figure began reforming at the sight of the explosion. He was born in the Red Demon Clan and his ability to self-destruct was innate. Unlike ordinary red demons, however, this ability of his was not suicidal since he could be reborn from the ashes. It was precisely because of his innate divine ability that he was able to survive exploding again and again, which was also how he eventually cultivated until he became a demon saint. For countless years, the Red Demon Clan had been the lowest clan in the entire demon realm. Huobo was the only outlier. A gigantic dragon claw came slapping down on Huobo's head at that moment. His figure had only just reformed though, so how could he dodge in time? Huobo turned back just in time to see Fujuan, who had transformed into an ice dragon, her dragon eyes cold as her dragon roar resounded through the heavens.